Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody, and welcome to another stream. How are we doing today? How are we doing? Hope we're doing well. Hope we're doing amazing. Evie, thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. And Crow, thank you so much for the Prime sub, you amazing person. Hello, 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 everybody. Hey, Kirito. Hey, Volteal. Hey, Sagnika. Hey, Gari. Hey, Maria. Hey, Grumpa. Hey, Amateur Andy. Hey, Nimue. Hey, Mama Sugar. Hey, Cade. How are we all doing? Hope we're doing well. Hope we're having a good day. I'm doing fan-frickin-tastic. Hey, Phantom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. And Frosty. Thank you so much for the resub, you absolute legend. Enjoy the 30 days of ad-free viewing. Enjoy the 30 days of emotes. Zero also coming in with the Prime. Let's go. Well, guys, I'm not even on screen yet, and you guys have already started. A hype train. Why that? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's see if my button works, shall we? 1, 2, 3. Ha! And there we go. Hello, everybody. There we go. I'm on screen now. And some of you may have noticed that there is a slight difference compared to Tuesday. I've cleaned up behind me. There's now a big box beside me, and I'm actually packing. You have a brain ache? I absolutely know. I absolutely know. That is, I didn't really. Well, I did clean up behind me, yes. You. Thank you, Frosty. Hey, Phantom, thank you so much for the follow as well. You absolute legend. Guys, we are live over here and over on YouTube, and we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. Apparently, my lights have decided to brighten up the day a little bit. Thank you so much for checking in as well. How you doing, Evie? How you doing, Mama Sugar? How you doing, Zero? Hope everybody's doing well. Hey, NASCAR, hope you're doing well as well. I can't remember if I said hi to everybody yet. I've had a bitch of a week. I'm a little tired, but we are here today. We're going to have some fun. I am really looking forward to this. So what we're going to be doing today is really quite simple. We are going to look at 2026. We are going to talk about the trends of 2026. And we are also going to have ourselves a little bit of a chat about possible predictions. And we'll see at the end of the year if I'm actually correct in these predictions. We'll have to see if there's any truth to how I feel at the moment. You got home from dropping the baby off as a drowny pie. Now you have to go and do it again. I know. You had completely defrosted. That's what happened. Hey, Jay, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. I'm going to be honest. This is going to be slightly confusing because we have J Mac and J the Mac. I'm going to try my best. Did I see what I put in the Discord about the new Corsair keyboard? Oh, yeah. I think I replied to it as well. I can't remember anymore. I actually think I had a look at it. The new Corsair. Have you guys seen the new Corsair? The new Corsair looks incredibly dumb, but that is just me. Look at this. I'm pulling it up for you guys as we speak. Where is it? What is a good shot? Well, this is just the announcement, so I'll just pop that onto screen. There is a new Corsair keyboard, which has an Elgato Stream Deck built into the keyboard. Now, that might seem like a great idea, but honestly, I think it's a terrible idea. Why would you even want an Elgato Stream Deck in your keyboard? One, yeah, but my numpad. I like my numpad, thank you very much. Also, the thing's $350. For $350, I think I'll just get a Stream Deck, and a good keyboard. Thank you very much. I beg your finest fucking pardon. No, it's true. $300 to $350. Hey, Gaming and the Gospel, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, and like here on this image, the image that's there right now, this looks great. You know, you have your keys to boot up Battle.net and Epic and Steam, right here, and your CPU load and that sort of stuff. And then they show you these, which of course you can set it up so that when you boot Helldivers, your Stream Deck actually turns into this one. The same with your Final Fantasy, same with Spotify. But I'm gonna tell you something as well. Not a soul in the world that I know has actually set it up like that. No one. So, yeah, you're just getting a 12-button Stream Deck and 2 dials, and that's it. Must have DDR5 in it. At this rate, you'd expect it for that money, but no. Guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Very, very kind. Didn't need to do that. Where's your 10 key? Why the 10 key hate? You know what? I don't know. My last keyboard was a 80%, so didn't have a numpad, and I hated it. Then I switched to a 96%, which, you know what? I still hate. I just want a full-size freaking keyboard with a numpad and everything in the right place. But that I will get once this one's broken. I feel like if you work with numbers, you want a 10 key. Yeah, not just that. I play a very specific game called Space Engineers. And you see this insert home, page up, page down, end and delete? That's how you turn the blocks in the game. Except I only have delete, end, and page down. Sorry, no. Delete, end, and home. I don't have an insert key. No page up and page down. So I literally just have an axis in which I can't turn the freaking blocks. Would you like me to break it for you? I have a baby very interested in playing with it. No, the baby has her own keyboard. Not a joke. The baby actually has her own keyboard. If we plug hers in, they light up too. They actually do. I know. It's ridiculous. You have a Logitech G815 clicky. I used to have a clicky. I like them clicky. But I decided with streaming, having a clicky was a bad idea. For anybody interested, this is Freya's keyboard. And it is super nice and very, very cute. Slightly smaller as well. You got your child a small Leapfrog laptop to keep him off of mine? It was the thought that counts? Same. Yeah, no, this actually works to get her off of my keyboard, which I'm very happy about. Hey, John, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Funny enough, I didn't know this when I bought it. It's apparently an Apex Legends keyboard. But I don't care. It's pretty and it has dinosaurs on it. It fits our daughter. That's it. That's it. But yeah, so $350 for a small LCD screen, a keyboard, mechanical of course, and Stream Deck, and that is it. Visually, the Galleon 100 SD is unmistakably premium. Premium or pretentious? You decide. You need to design your Cyber Deck to use a 60% keyboard. You know what? I disagree. I don't like those smaller keyboards. I like my keyboards just full size, have all the buttons, use them. One of the reasons is the F1 to F12 buttons can double as F13 to F24 buttons, giving you loads of places where you can just have a hotkey, which is lovely. Dark Close, Dark Closet of the Mind. If I could read, that would be great. Thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. And Gaming in the Gospel. It's cool in theory. Yeah, it's just not worth the price. Not for, what was it, $350? No. As I said, it's then you can buy, like, a decent Keychron keyboard, right? Just a decent Keychron keyboard. Let's have a look. I'm not gonna go top of the line, like a K standard is more than enough. 70 quid. 60. If you want a full size, you can do that too. It's like, yeah, it's $65, $70. You can go to the Q Pros, which are a lot higher in price, but, you know, gives you a bit more of an idea. $160. I could buy that for $160 and then go to Elgato.com, right? And I could just get myself a Stream Deck Plus, which is $230, which would net me, let's say in, what is that? What is that in, you know, America money? Where is America? United States. There we go. $199. That is $360. And I'd have better on both ends. 360 freedom money. That's what it is. Iruma, thank you so much for the follow. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. You'd say the Galleon is pretentious. Nice idea. Poorly executed and overpriced. I don't think it's poorly executed. I actually think from a design perspective, it looks quite good. I think having it instead of your numpad for many people absolutely makes sense, but it is overpriced. That's what it is. Your reaction is, who is this for? Gamers. Gamers that, like, Star Citizen, I understand, for all the extra buttons. Maybe something like Truck Sims, that it would work for, but in the end, it is just so limited. It is very limited. Hey, Candy White. Yes, this is a newly announced Stream Deck keyboard. Getting a standalone with more buttons would be better. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And this is 12 buttons? You can't even fit a full numpad on there. Just so you guys know, a full numpad is 10, 12, 14, 16 buttons. See, I want to get a Stream Deck Plus. I got one for Frosty, and it's really, really nice. It's really, really nice. You know what? Yeah. No, I'm not the right market for this. Also, have you guys seen this thing? The thing that's under the desk here. I think that's another Corsair product, right? Corsair. Let me see. Because that actually does look pretty cool. If I can find it. Don't know where. But yeah, it's like a... Oh, I can't go back. Why can't... Did I open a new page? I did, didn't I? It's like a screen that you can... It's a touch screen that you can connect to your PC as an extra screen, which does look pretty cool. I think Corsair has or will be launching that soonish, but I can't see it on their site right now. New products. Let's see. Yes, that's the Galleon. Okay. Cloth mousepad? No. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's a while ago then. I saw an article about this, but I don't think it might actually not have released yet. Nope, not there. Oh, there it is. There it is. The Xeneon Edge 14.5. Angry Gamer. Thank you very much for letting me know. I found it. Yeah. 14.5-inch display. It does look really, really nice. I will say that. How useful is it? Nobody knows. But it does look really nice. Let me see. You want your numbats? You've made it modular, so you could choose numbat, Stream Deck, or both on either end. Ooh, that would have been quite cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. Or just, you know what? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if they're now gonna release the numpad part, the Stream Deck part, as a separate product as well. As like a Stream Deck caddy, so you can take it with you easily. Iruma, you send it your channel even though you still like a lot of gear and stuff for review. Because one of the advices I've got from watching a lot of these advice videos and stuff is that you should send it in anyways, even if you don't think it's good, or just do it anyways. Yeah, do it. Yeah, Iruma. Great that you signed up. That is exactly what I like to see. People that start streaming before they're ready. That is probably one of the best things that you can do for yourself. Start before you're ready. You've got the budget-friendly Fifine D6 with the SC8 mixer. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I like that. That's good. That is good. Well, I'm running higher-end gear at this point. I used the Tonor TD510 for a while. You want it in purple? Well, good news. They have an atomic purple version. You know the old Game Boy Color? The see-through? Yeah, that idea. It's right there. If you want it, you can get it. I do like how it looks. And it looks great sort of under your desk. I don't know if it's actually useful or if it would just become a vanity thing. But, you know, it is what it is. I might see if they... Are they available in Europe? Let's see. Europe. They are. Oh. The atomic purple is not. But the rest is. Might have to spring for that. We'll have to see. That's quite cool. You wanted that, but they were sold out. Well, they're available again now, so keep an eye on it. When you've got the chance, do it. Did the price stay the same? No. No, that's not how this works. If you're in Europe, you pay Europe tax. Here it's 260 euros, right? While in the US, it was $250. Which, just so you know, 260 euros in dollars is $300. That's the Europe tax. We always pay more for tech. Which is quite cool. You don't even have a face cam or a good mic, but you still pull through either way. Because you think it's better to get out and start with whatever, even though I do plan to get the necessary things. Well, that's the thing, right? Iruma, for me, it's you start off with nothing. And your gear might not be good, but at least in that first, I would say 10 to 20 streams, you are able to find out if you actually like doing the streaming thing before you start spending money. I have seen a few people that were in the community for a little bit that ended up spending hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to get their setup perfect. Get a Stream Deck, get a good mic, get an audio interface, get a camera. They streamed for 3 weeks and they gave up. I've not seen them live since. Or around in the community, which is quite... You know, you don't want to do that. Just start with what you have. You feel attacked? No comment. W1, this is me, dude. Yeah, but And that's the thing, right? That's why when people ask me, what do I need to start streaming? You need 3 things. You need something to stream with. You need a camera for which you can use a phone if you really want to. And you need a microphone. And most headsets come with one, so just use that. Do it as cheap as possible. Or as Gaming in the Gospel's done, get a Fifine, because they are usually quite good. There's lots of these, like the Fifine AM8, the Fifine K688, the Tonor TD510. They are more than fine, and they're like 60 quid. You want to stream, but I think that I want what I want to do is done better as videos first. Okay. Eras, I'm gonna tell you something. And I know some people will not like what I'm about to say. Starting with videos is always better. Starting with videos is always better. Sorry. I know there's loads of streamers that will disagree with me. Exactly. Go to YouTube, build a following first. Just make videos for 3 to 6 months. The reason that there's multiple reasons here. The first one is absolutely start building a following first, because when you start making YouTube videos, what's going to happen is that people can watch these YouTube videos 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And when they do find them, they might become a subscriber. However, if you start streaming, you are committing to streaming, right, for 3 to 4 hours per day, 3 to 4 days per week, and outside of that time, no one is going to find you. Because there is no content to be found. Getting discovered on Twitch, and this actually leads very well into something that I was planning to talk about today, which is 2026 predictions. That's what we're going to be talking about today. What did I just do? I just added text to my OBS. That was not supposed to be the thing. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to actually talk about what I expect and what you guys expect is going to happen in 2026. But I think in 2026, it's going to be much more accepted that people start on YouTube or TikTok and just bring people over to Twitch when they get the chance. 100%. Ram, you got a question? The bit of a long question. Should you make content like you're already a streamer and release that as short form videos, pushing people towards following your streaming platforms, and then when you have a decent follower base, then start streaming? No. So actually, I think what you should do is you should do it in 3 distinct steps. So step 1 is you start making videos for YouTube and for TikTok, both in short form and long form videos. For the short form videos, if that is where you want to start, it's really easy to record and edit in about maybe 2 hours to start with, but that's going to go down to an hour or half an hour really, really quickly, right? Once you've done that for a while, you'll see that you're actually building an audience on both these platforms. Now, what you're going to do at that point is step 2, which is you are going to stream live. And you're going to stream live on YouTube, on TikTok, and on Twitch. On all 3 platforms. Because the people that you've already gathered in step 1 are now going to be joining you for the live sessions as well. Some of them, not all of them, some of them. And then what you can do is there are loads of ways to move these people over to Twitch. However, your main goal should not be growing your Twitch based on this. What you're trying to do, what you're really trying to do, is to build an audience on 3 different platforms, and you are going to meet these people at the platforms that they already love being on. So if that's TikTok, if that's YouTube, just go live on all of them. That is for 2026 the strategy that I would do. And then comes step 3, and that is, how are you gonna get people over to your Twitch? So in my opinion, the best way to do that right now is to take your stream and make it in 2 parts. In part 1, you are streaming to all 3, right? You're streaming to YouTube, you're streaming to TikTok, and you're streaming to Twitch. And here you go and do something. Let's take something like Fortnite as an example. You might go and play Fortnite, this works for everybody by the way, and say, hey, I'm going to try and get a win with a shotgun. Maybe you do that for 90 minutes to 2 hours. And then you say, okay guys, we've got our win, or we've tried, we failed. Now it's time for something else. I am going to play Fortnite, I don't know, and I cannot use vehicles, or I'm only gonna use a car, or whatsoever. But that will only happen on Twitch. So if you want to see this, click the Twitch link now, and then you end your streams on YouTube, you end your stream on TikTok, and you continue streaming on Twitch. That tells people, if I want all the content, then I can go over to Twitch. That is the way that most people now recommend transferring your audience. If you are looking to transfer your audience. I am going to say hi to a few people here. Hey, Captain Chris. Hey, Severus. Hey, Kuwok. Yes, I do still recommend Nexus Clips. Hey, Elgin. Hey, Lola Lewinsky. Hello, how are you doing? Hey, let's see. Can I absolutely produce content on Twitch and post it on YouTube? You absolutely can. Yeah, of course you can. That's no problem. Because, so, okay. Do you want to know how you can create content on Twitch that you can then make into videos for YouTube? Do note, this is how most people do it. This is how Ludwig does it. This is how RT Game does it. This is how all big streamers do it. All of them. What you do is you plan a stream. And what you do is you use your bot for it. It's really, really simple. On the one side of your bot, you're just gonna write exactly what you're going to be playing. So I'm gonna use the same example. Let's do Arc Raiders. I am going to play Arc Raiders. But, well, what is the but at that point? Well, I can tell you right now, the but is that the ads are starting soon. So if they jump out, don't worry about it. But my but here, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to play Arc Raiders, but I am a pacifist. I cannot attack any players unless I get attacked myself. That could be an example. Or I'm going to play Arc Raiders, but I can't bring any items. Or I can't loot. There are so many ways of doing this. By doing this, you are then going to stream. And you're going to stream for 3 to 4 hours. Now, as you stream for 3 to 4 hours, what's going to happen is that you are going to get maybe 5 to 10 games in. And then you're going to take all those games that you've played and you are going to tell a story. Maybe you're doing the Arc Raiders plus Pacifist and you're trying to get, I don't know, a win or whatever you want to call a win, right? And then you're gonna build the story through those games. It doesn't matter if you need to mix the games up, if you need to change it, you're gonna build the story through those games, and you're gonna make a video out of that. So now, in 3 to 4 hours of streaming, plus maybe 15 minutes in thinking about ideas for the stream, and then editing, you have made a YouTube video, not just a YouTube video. You can also get 5 to 7 shorts just by doing this in one stream. And that is how I would grow my YouTube channel / Twitch channel at this point. Hey, Light Wraith, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You've been starting your streams with Resident Evil, ending with Animal Crossing's been so fun. There you go. And that's something you can do, right, Lola? You can do that with the technique of, oh, I'm playing Resident Evil now, but I'm going to play Animal Crossing only on Twitch. So if people want to see that, they have to join over there. Hey, Grandma Gamer, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Does this apply to other forms of content than gaming as well? Less so. But even then, you should always think about the topic of your stream. What are you going to be talking about? What are you going to do? And you might get interrupted, right? I was going to talk about the 2026 predictions, but you guys have questions. I'd rather answer the questions first. By the way, there's the TTS. If you guys want to use it over on Twitch, that makes sure that I can't forget to answer any questions. That being said, like, you need to think about what you're actually going to do, because there are only 2 to 3, let's say there's 2 things on your stream. There's the game and you make it special. So make sure that the content that you deliver actually has value. Hey, Tsinapan, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Let me see. How do I build a story with 4 to 5 rounds in Dead by Daylight? I'm not a good story writer. Oh, you are in luck, my friend. You are in luck, because I am a I'm gonna tell you right now, I am a Dead by Daylight veteran. Look, I'm just picking it up here, right? I have 851 hours in Dead by Daylight. Trust me, if you want to make Dead by Daylight content, it's super easy. I'm gonna give you a few, right? No perks. Random perks. What else can you do? Medic. So no perks says it itself, right? Random perks, completely self-explanatory. Medic, whenever somebody goes down, you have to go there. Doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter what you're doing, doesn't matter if the killer's right in front of you, you need to go to this person as soon as possible. What else can you do? Specific characters. You have, what's the other one called? The thing where you only use a character's own perks. You can do no items. You can do, I need to open every chest in the game. You're going to do that 4 to 5 times, and the goal is then, can I still escape? Now, you're going to die a few times. You're going to maybe miss a few times. There's going to be some funny moments until you finally escape. And boom, there's your video. You start, you're excited, you get some nasty killers, it goes bad, you keep losing, you almost get out, you grabbed away from the door, damn. And then you show another game and you go, I made it. In 5 games, something like that, boom, you're there. You got it. Thank you very much, Light Wraith. I feel like videos like these, people don't want to watch anymore. Is that just me? I think that is just you, John. I mean, if you look at the current market on YouTube, this is exactly what people watch. Let me just grab something here, see if I can. So I'll go to YouTube, right? And I'll type Dead by Daylight. And then we go to videos. And then we can see here, 11 is here, and the perks are kind of insane. 5.7k views in 10 hours. Stranger Things Vecna in Dead by Daylight. 170k views in 2 days. 2v8 is back. 70k views in 16 hours. Here, there's a ranking video. Dustin's perks. There's tutorials. Another ranking video. 15,000 hours of Dead by Daylight. Okay, that takes a while. But there's loads of these sorts of gamer videos. Like, Dead by Daylight has just received a new killer, right? But if we go Dead by Daylight Challenge. Let's see. Solo Hardcore Survivor Challenge. 891,000 views in 6 months. Let me see. What else can we see here? The most lethal Vecna builds. 40 minutes ago, 292 views, which is already something. And you can get, like, you can do loads of these. You can do not just Dead by Daylight, but Fortnite has them. 100 Days in Minecraft, 100 Days and 7 Days to Die. There are loads of these. And people love watching them. I am quickly going to read back because there's some questions here. Evie is asking, do you have a cam recommendation with high zoom? Like, if you're going for a full-on camera, it depends on your lens, right? If you're looking at webcams, have a look at the new Elgato 4K face cam and have a look at the OpsBot. OpsBot has good digital zoom. It's not great, but you can have a look at it at least. Let me see. Elgin is saying, I just started streaming on TikTok in less than a month. I hit 17.4k. I'm really growing fast over there. Your demographic is 75% women over the ages of 35. That's fine. No, they will go to Twitch or YouTube for that matter. Look, Elgin, you are starting a content creation career. It doesn't matter on which channel, on which platform you make it big, as long as you make it big. Right? That's the goal. Well, not the goal, but that is something that would be nice if that happens. You're building a career. It doesn't matter where it works. OpsBot Me Too is really nice as well. Yeah. But if you're doing, let's say, commentary and like reactions, just engaging with the community type of stream, do you have to think any differently, or does the same principles you've said here apply? So I think the same principles apply, Aruma. I think the main thing you have to keep an eye on. The main thing I think you have to keep an eye on is that your reactions are big but honest. That's what I would keep an eye on. That's the important bit. You're from Germany. You're not good at speaking English. Do you think a video or stream with challenge to only speak English could work good? Captain Chris? Yes. But also the other way around. Go play games in an English lobby and only speak German. And when they don't understand, you just get more angry. And you treat them like English people do, you know? When they go abroad and they ask, you know, where's the post office? And people don't understand. They go, where is the post office? And just keep doing that bigger and bigger and then see how people react. Could be a good video as well. You're having the hardest time trying to figure out the audio. You're trying to just pass 1,000 subs. You stream WoW. Retail? Classic? Sorry, I'm a WoW veteran of 20 years. There's nothing I can do about it. I need to know these things. Let's have a quick listen to the TTS as well. Hello, TTS. Google, please. Okay, who hasn't turned on Google yet? It's gonna talk soon. eventually. You really underestimated the impact of shorts on TikTok? Yeah, a lot of people have. Tino, look at it like this. There is a absolute ton of people. Think Iona, think Queso, Burnt Peanut, Pirate Software. There's loads of people that have absolutely blown up because of TikTok in the last 2-3 years. TikTok and short form content is currently the best way to get discovered as a creator. Can a faceless Twitch channel make money and views, or do you have to show your face? You can do it faceless. It's going to be harder, but you can.
Xenopan says, I really like how you explain that stuff less than free. It's more deep than other guides.
Thank you, Google. Thank you very much, Zeno. That's very kind of you. That's really, really kind of you. Let me just see. Is it normal to run background content during cozy gameplay? Like Animal Crossing if you're actively reacting? Or do you usually recommend pure gameplay? Gameplay and music. The reason you don't want other content going at the same time has to do with your copyright. You might be breaching copyright and you will get struck, especially on YouTube. Make sure you have the rights to everything that you show on stream. You too, Grandma Gamer, 15 years. I mean, absolutely you can do that. It's a bit tougher because World of Warcraft is a very saturated niche, but you can absolutely grow in that. If you do have issues with your audio, I can highly suggest dropping into our Discord, which I hope... Lightwraith, could you drop a Discord link in the YouTube side? Because we have an audio channel specifically there where we can have a chat about these things. Hey, checking my loots. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And William, how are you? To make it on Twitch, you have to try and find a niche, but you love playing lots of different genres and discovering new things. Not to please anyone, but because I enjoy it. Am I doomed? No, but it is really, really hard. Look, what I tend to suggest for people is if you look at Twitch, right? If this is every single person on Twitch, then there will be games you enjoy more and you enjoy less. You might enjoy things like Dead by Daylight. You might enjoy things like Animal Crossing. You might enjoy things like Final Fantasy. But there's a very small chance that you like all of those and, for example, also like FIFA or Madden. Right? So automatically by what you like, you already are carving a little bit of a niche. Hungry, thank you for the lurk, you absolute legend. The thing you want to have a look at is what type of games do I like best? So, for example, and this is my favorite example to do this with, is over here there might be a zone, right? Quite a big zone. That is called RPGs. This is all the people that love RPGs on Twitch. And within that, there might be a smaller zone of people that like JRPGs. And in that, there's an even smaller zone of people that really love Final Fantasy. And in there is the smallest dot. And these are the people that like Final Fantasy 14 and 14 alone. Let's say that you want to play RPGs. Okay, that may be a bit too big. There's a lot of competition. So let's say you go for JRPGs. Well, that's always an option. Maybe you want to just play Final Fantasy. Okay, you're going to start with Final Fantasy 14. And maybe later on you go over here and you also play Final Fantasy 8. And maybe you play Final Fantasy 7 and 10 and 10-2. And slowly you start building an audience that doesn't just like Final Fantasy XIV. They like all of Final Fantasy. And then you go, I want to play a JRPG. Let's play the Tales series. And maybe you play another one of the Tales games. And then you're like, now I want to try something new. I'm going to go over here. Which is Clair Obscur. It is a French JRPG. Okay, maybe there's another game you can play here. Or you go all the way over here, where there is Final Fantasy Tactics. It's still Final Fantasy, but now you're in a completely different genre. And that's how you slowly build that out. And personally, I think that is the best way to do it. So start small, slowly become bigger. Because that's how the bigger streamers did it as well. First off, Daisy May, thank you so much for the follow. And Lola, thank you so much for the follow as well. You absolute legend. What about training things? What do you mean training things, Evie? Do you mean like you want to do fitness content? Or do you... Yeah, I need a bit more detail there. Just quickly reading back here. Another question from John. Hytale comes out in 4 days, and I know it's going to be a huge spike in content. Would it be good to make content on it right when it comes out, or wait? On YouTube, you can do it right when it comes out. On Twitch, I'd wait until the big streamers move along. So no, you don't need a specific niche. It's just going to make it a lot easier. The smaller, you have to see it like this, right? We're gonna get a Venn diagram. We're going for the Venn. If you play Final Fantasy one day, and Fortnite the next, and Animal Crossing the next, well, what is the probability that a viewer finds you and likes all three of these games? Well, it's very, very small, right? It's really, really small. However, Lola, that is fantastic to hear. Thank you very much. Secondly, so it's easier maybe if you then say, well, I'll play Fortnite and Final Fantasy because that's these people that like it. Or you can say, oh, I'm only gonna play Final Fantasy, and then you're striking all of these people. Because look, it's not hard to get viewers on Twitch. It just isn't. The reason is you can go into your dashboard, you can look at your last stream, and you can look at the unique viewers. You will see that there will be about, usually what I see is about 3 to 5 times as many as you had an average. And that's because it's not hard to find new viewers. It's hard to find new viewers that like you and come back for every single stream. So make it easy for them to come back. Does anybody else get randomly shut down by TikTok when multi-streaming in OBS? Sometimes it will be an hour, sometimes it's 3 hours. Yep, that happens. Yush. When it thinks you're not doing anything, or when there's not enough activity, it shuts you down for no reason. And I still don't know why. You want to promote my game on Dreams PS4 by adding updates to it on live streams, and then after you're done with that game, you could move on to make another one live? Would that work as a Twitch channel? Yes. Go check out the game and software development category. Look, there's loads and loads and loads of people that are in there. Twitch.tv. Are you muted? You are muted. Brilliant. Browse. And then we go... actually, we'll just go game development. Game dev. Software and game dev. Look at this. Loads of people making stuff. And people absolutely love hanging out with this sort of stuff. So if you can talk and dev at the same time, that's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Valerian, thank you so much for the lurk and the check-in. Would doing a live stream once a week be enough? If you're only live streaming, no. If you're going to be posting on YouTube as well, if you're going to post shorts every single day, yeah, absolutely. Let me see. I'm quickly reading back here because, by the way, guys, if I do miss a question, that can happen because I'm reading 2 chats at the same time. If you are on Twitch, you can use the TTS redeem. That puts you in the TTS queue and I cannot miss your question. If you're on YouTube, be persistent because it's not working on YouTube at the moment. Hey, Ramoria, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. What if you already have a bit of a mixed audience, which is your case, and you personally want to combine everything and just be yourself, but it sounds like what you're saying now is I shouldn't do that stuff like this. No, you should pick a form of content, a niche, and that's where you start building your audience. Once you get to a point that your audience is big enough, that you are, you know, that you have a fixed group of people, 20 to 30, come in, then you can do that. Then you can start expanding to a second game or a second topic. Or maybe, you know, you wait until you have 100 people. That works as well. But what you're trying to do is to make sure that you are beating the Twitch system, which is a kingmaker system. So that's going to take a while. Hey, Jinx, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. Captain Chris, could you tell me what games I could or should play too when DBD stresses you out too much? Some good alternatives in the same or close by niche. That's really hard. Like anything asymmetric would work already. But that is really hard because DBD is such a narrow thing. It's similar to Phasmophobia. If you play Phasmophobia, if you play DBD, doing something else than that becomes really, really hard because there is just not many other games that have a viewership that are enjoyed by your viewers and that are similar. It's really, really hard. Outlaws Trials would be an alternative. Same Phasmophobia might be fun, but it's hard. I personally think that if you want to go in that direction, DBD is very sort of isolating. Other games that you could play, Phasmophobia, Outlaws Trials, anything sort of horror. If you haven't played it yet, Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation is always a hit. You're completely correct, Light Wraith. It also doesn't help that YouTube doesn't have channel points and that sort of stuff. So the TTS works on YouTube with memberships or with stickers and super chats. But I can't get it to work with channel points because there are none. So I'm still trying to figure out a solution for that. Consistency is the biggest thing. Agreed, Light Wraith. 3 to 4 streams a week, 3 to 4 hours per stream, but consistency is the thing. How do I live stream on Twitch with your PS4 gameplay? You do that by downloading the Twitch app onto your PS4, and you can stream directly from there. Your TikTok streaming privileges have been cancelled after an inactivity shutdown. I'm actually thinking about going live over the weekend on TikTok just for an hour. By the way, guys, I do have a TikTok. If you guys haven't seen it yet, go check it out. It's linked below. But yeah, I have not gone live on TikTok yet with this channel, and I'm kind of feeling like I'm at the point where I can. You live stream every day, sometimes 2 to 3 hours on WoW. Would you be able to see on Discord if I get on your Discord and my WoW? Or can I live stream and you can see it? But to help with my audio, what I suggest is that you do a short recording, very short, upload that to Discord or upload that to something like somewhere where we can watch it, even if it's a YouTube. Right? Unlist it and send that link into the Discord and we can listen and we can try and help you. Absolutely. Because not everybody is going to be available there at the same time, but especially me. I mean, I have work, this, a kid. I do not have a lot of time. Let me see. You've been in 2 different communities. I also want to talk about what's going on in the content creation world as a whole on stream and stuff. And for you, niching down feels like you limiting who you are, if you get what I mean. It's not limiting who you are. No, because, look, I love playing World of Warcraft, right? I love playing building games. I love all kinds of stuff. But if I would start giving stream advice here one day, playing WoW the next day, and playing Space Engineers the next, and then playing, I don't know, Factorio the next, at a certain point, people are not going to join because they can't rely on the content that I create. Think of it like this. I don't know, don't tell me your age, but back in my day, we had this thing called a TV, and it had a little antenna on top. And when you got home on Friday from school, you would sit in front of the TV, and what would be on every single Friday at 4 o'clock? Inspector Gadget. It was great. I freaking love Inspector Gadget, right? Now, what would happen if one Friday it's Inspector Gadget, another Friday it is Scooby-Doo, and another Friday it is Hello Kitty's Adventures? Well, I'm not gonna watch that Friday anymore. I'm gonna check the TV guide, have a look at what I like to watch, and if that's not on, I'm not even gonna turn the TV on. Because I couldn't on-demand it, right? It just happened. And that's what I'm talking about. You are creating a show. And that show should be focused on what you want to do and what your audience expects. So you're not limiting yourself. You're building a show. Could I do something like a fixed schedule? Monday City Builder, Thursday survival games? Yes, but expect your audiences on Monday and Thursday to be significantly different. How do you know what game to play if you're looking for growth? Very simple. You look at the things that you enjoy doing. Look. The first thing I did, right? And I don't have my overhead camera at the moment, but let's go through something here. And I'm going to do this myself. So I'm going to have a think here. Let's say that I'm a starting streamer. I've never streamed before. I'm like, I want to do something. But I also have watched some Content Delta videos and know I have to niche down. Yeah, that is the correct video to watch as well. But what you do is you're just going to write down. You're just going to write down City Skylines. That's a game I quite enjoy. What other games do I enjoy? I like Space Engineers. I like Satisfactory. I like World of Warcraft. What else do? I like Factorio. I like Phasmophobia. I like DBD. What else do I enjoy? What other games have I played recently? Let me open my Steam and have a look. I like Noita. Noita's fun. Noita's great. I have... Oh, yes. I have Alien Tale Tavern. What else is there? Little Nightmares. And what I'm going to do is just make this whole list. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, okay, so City Skyline, that's a management game. Factorio is a management game. Satisfactory is a management game. Alien Tale is a management game. And then we have here City Skylines is a builder. Factorio is a builder. This is a builder. That's a builder. This is a builder. I have some horror games in here with Phasmo, with DBD, with Little Nightmares, one MMO, which is WoW. And I just sort of look at, okay, which things do I like the most? And I go, well, clearly I like building games, right? So if I would start a new gaming channel, I would start a building game channel. Because that is something that I know I'm going to enjoy. In fact, I have just bought and downloaded, you guys might have heard it, a new building game called Star Rupture. And I really want to try it out. I might already do so in the weekend. This is what I'm thinking about all the time at this point. Like, that is how I would start my channel. And now I know, okay, so what games do I play? On my channel, I would play building games. And then I can play building survival. I can do building management. So something like Prison Architect or City Skylines. I could do building horror. So something like 7 Days. And then you sort of go through the whole thing. And you go, okay, what game am I going to start with that I know I can play for a few weeks at least? And that's how you sort of build your own niche. Don't forget, I'm going to tell you something. Do you know what the best audience is to create content for? The best audience to create content. You. Because there will be people out there just like you who will enjoy what you do. And if you enjoy your content, you will never burn out because you love what you're playing, you love what you're doing, and you make stuff for you. And other people will find you. It's fine. Let me quickly try and read back as much as I do. You can also look at Twitch tracker, categories, and check what games have the most viewers and least streamers. Yes, but do that for games that you actually enjoy, John. Don't just play games for the sake of it, because you're going to play games and nobody is going to like what you're doing. If you don't like what you're doing, nobody is going to enjoy themselves. Thank you, gaming. Thank you very much. Hey, Sour Existing, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Look, you need to play games or you need to do things for content that you are passionate about. The reason I can sit here in my studio and talk to you guys for 12 hours a week, every Tuesday, every Friday, for 3 to 6 hours, right? Just about content creation is because I love content creation. I love content marketing. I'm passionate about it. I read and I read about it. I work with it. It is something I could live for. Like, if this was my job, my day job, which it's not, I could do this 80 hours a week and still not be tired because I love what I'm doing. Now, I also love games. I also love talking about business, about personal development, about growth. I talk about that sometimes, but I don't also talk about Formula One racing, which, by the way, I don't particularly enjoy, but it's just a good example. Because that's not something I enjoy. And even if I did enjoy it, you guys wouldn't get any value if I suddenly start talking about Max Verstappen. And that's sort of where you're thinking, what you need to think about. What is the value that I deliver to the audience? I am here to facilitate your learning with my knowledge and my research abilities. That's it. That is why I'm here. If I wasn't doing that, many of you wouldn't be here. And that's a fact that you need to accept as a streamer. Hey, Al-Kadim, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. And hey, Mr. Wazab, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day as well. Hope you're doing fantastic. I saw another question here. How do you get confident on a mic while live streaming? Practice. Do it. Just go live. Go. Do it. Me streaming Warhammer. Let me tell you about this small incident called the Horus Heresy. I've just packed the first Horus Heresy book. Absolutely. If you want to do Warhammer stuff, do you know how many people absolutely adore Warhammer? Warhammer is one of these things that has this extremely dedicated fandom. If you want to play Warhammer games, talk Warhammer, paint figurines, maybe even do full-on battles, you can. You absolutely can. You like Henry Cavill? Then you will soon like Warhammer. Happy Friday, happy Friday. Hey, Limecat, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. I'm going to put myself back here. I don't like being that big. But yeah, learning how to stream and learning how to talk on stream is all about chatting. It's all about learning how to chat to your community. There's a few resources out there. I saw Lightwraith had already talked about Vin Zhang, which is a great resource. But also things like learning how to... How do I explain this? What's a good way to explain this? Yeah, look. Talking on stream is a skill. And just like football, just like painting, just like anything, a skill is trained by doing it. The more you do it, the more you review what you have done and see what you want to do better next time, the better you are going to get. Guaranteed. This is not some you just have to manifest it. That is just how it works. Henry's a huge Warhammer geek. I know he is. I hate that they took him out of The Witcher. You haven't started to watch the latest season. I've not watched it at all. I'm not a big TV viewer. Like, I will, most of the time, I will listen to podcasts while working. That's how I take in all my information. But yeah, that's the thing, right? So getting better at talking is all about practice. I've been doing this for 4.5 years now. Every single week, almost every single week, in the last 4.5 years, I've taken time on a Sunday and I would go onto Twitch and I would find a VOD and I would watch it for 30 minutes. Randomly click 30 minutes. And then I would make a list of different things that I think could be better. And once I got through that list, I would pick one thing, and that was what I focused on next week. Hey, Specking, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And I do it again the week after. Every single week. How was your stream, you absolute legend? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. doing things that you're passionate about is very important. And the things I want to do are what drives me. And I do it for hours and hours. You already do by yourself all the time, but now you've decided to make something out of it. There you go then. Do it. The purpose of a schedule is for people to know when they can see X. But no one ever mentions that schedule is a sum of when and what. Actually, Jinx, I do. I always do. Every time I look in some of my consistency videos, I always talk about the when and the what. It's so important. It's day and time and category. Yes. You need to be there at the same day, the same time, doing the similar things. And otherwise, you will notice. I talk about my own stuff from time to time, right? Let me share an insight with you all. I always pair it. So when I talk about consistency in my videos, I try and pair them up because I think it's important. Let me give you an example. Last Tuesday, this Tuesday, like the few days ago, I did a stream. My first stream this year. And I was doing okay. I had viewers for about 3 hours. And it actually went really, really well. Really, really well. Like, surprisingly good. It was derailed. We talked about all kinds of stuff. It was great. At the 3-hour mark, that's usually when we switch to playing games instead of talking about content creation. That is how I've been scheduling my streams for the past 9 months now. And I switched to a game called Noita. A game I absolutely adore because it allows you, as the audience, to actually vote on things to happen in the game. You know what happened? Bomb. I halved my viewers in the first 20 minutes. And it only went down from there. Why? Because people come here to watch me talk about content creation. They want to learn. They want to know. They want to build their own skills and talk about content creation. Most people don't come here to watch me, an old bearded dude, play a game. So they go do something else. And I understand. Right? That is absolutely fine. But it happens to everybody. Because this is what you guys come for. And this is what I choose to do. Again, this was last Tuesday, right? I see this as well, and you guys will as well when you start when you start streaming more and more. Trust me, it happens. Does a shotgun mic work for a streaming mic? You've got that or a Zoom handy recorder. I think if you can get your room isolated well enough, you can use a shotgun mic. Absolutely. I've packed mine, but in the new house, it's going to be my main streaming mic. Instead of having this thing in front of my mouth the whole time. And that is something that I do strongly feel. To get back on track is where we were like half an hour or an hour. How long? An hour ago. With its predictions for 2026. I strongly feel like 2026 might produce the biggest split in content creators since 2011. I genuinely believe that. Because I strongly believe that in 2026, we are going to see a split between marathon streamers and I don't even have a name for it. I'm going to call them sprint streamers. Marathon streamers will be people that go 8 hours, they play games, they have a great community, they build their own community around the games that they play, and they might play a handful of different games. Sprint streamers are going to do streams that are 2 to 3 hours. They are probably not going to play games. They are going to do info or edutainment streams. And they are going to only focus on one thing and one thing alone. And you know what? I genuinely think that in 2026, these are the streamers that are going to grow the most. Because I think that over the next year, we are going to see a massive leap in streaming technology now that it becomes so much easier to do on both YouTube and on TikTok. People are going to go live with business advice, with streaming advice, with sports reviews, with, you know, F1 races, all these sorts of things. And they might go live for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, once a week. And for the rest, all their content is going to be offline. And I think gaming content will become even harder if you can't do these marathons or if you don't fully focus on making content on other platforms. Which leads to prediction number 2. My first actual prediction. I think that Twitch is going to do nothing to help you be discovered on this platform. There is nothing that's going to happen. I think if we are going to see any improvements to discoverability on Twitch in the form of a shorts feed or a clip feed or anything else that is going to have a significant impact on the discovery of your audience, we are not going to see that this year. And that is why I think that Twitch is still going to need to be supported by things such as YouTube and TikTok. YouTube and TikTok are going to continue to be the main way for people to get their audience to find them. Short form content stays huge, but the thing that we are seeing now, and the thing that I am seeing now, is that not smaller creators, small business, people that do a job day to day, are going to be streaming to help other people connect with them and their job. Think, for example, and this is actually something that both Mr. Beast and Alex Hormozy have said, which are huge YouTube creators. Mr. Beast, I think everybody knows. But Alex Hormozy says this as well. He's going to do more live content because traditional business owners are starting to understand the value of interacting with your audience directly. And that is going to push hard on what we do as creators. A few other people that you guys might know that already do this: Short Pocket Monster and Coop's Collection. They stream them opening cards and talk to their audience. Zach's Tech Turf builds computers live on stream to connect with his audience. It is 100% going to be net loss. They are going to lose money on that. But the amount of goodwill that they build and the connection they get with their audience is going to boom. Live is going to be the way for people to connect going forward. I think we're going to see a massive increase in live content that is related to non-gaming in the next year. Non-gaming, non-just chatting. Right? We're going to see business owners take over the live space. Which is not going to be good. That is not going to be good for gamers. Imagine somebody like Veritasium going live and doing science experiments live for an hour or two. People are going to love that. People are going to tune in the tens of thousands. And we as gamers are sitting there going, oh, why don't we get audience? Because we're oversaturated. We're going to have to find a different way in. And for me, this is it. You can't figure it out how to send you the link. You just did a 4-minute live. So if you are in the Discord, you can drop it into the streaming. It's streaming. Yeah, drop it into the streaming software and just explain why. Just the link. Gamers are done. Barrier to entry has come down to almost 0. Okay, I would agree, Ollie, that the barrier to entry has gone down to 0. However, I also believe that the barrier to quality is still high. Really, really high compared to the barrier to entry. You can start with nothing, but to become better than 80% of the streamers, you don't need to do a lot of work, but you need to do the right work at the right time, which means getting good at talking to chat, which means getting good at public speaking, at being a show. It really is just developing a show. That's where people are going to be. That's where we as streamers, gaming streamers especially, have to make the difference. Gamers are going to be consolidated. You think so? You think they're gonna be... You think there's gonna be, like, more in the sort of stream team kind of idea where you have 3 or 4 people that live in, like, the old streamer houses where you have 4 or 5 people living together, making content together every single day, and being more of that sort of team idea? Or do you think, how do you see that happening? Genuine question, because I think you might be right. We might see a second coming of the stream teams. If anything, because the entry level is so low, the growth barrier is a lot higher than it used to be. Okay. For 2026... You're doing a live talk show with some content in the background that everyone enjoys and can react to? Exactly. There will be less, but they will pick up the leftovers. Oh, in that way. You think we're going to see a lot of streamers drop out? Smaller streamers drop out, and then all the big streamers get it, consolidating the viewers. You know what? Yeah, I think so. I think you might be right. Look, in the last few years, and I'm gonna snooze the ad. Oh no, ads are in 4 minutes. This is fine. In the last few years, everybody and their mum had a podcast. You could find a podcast of 2 guys shooting shit, you know, under a rock in your garden. invaded in your attic, or even just at the front door, ringing on, asking for a penny, right? This happened all across. I think that era is dead. I think the barrier to entry to start a stream has reduced so much that streaming is going to be the new podcasting. Everybody and their mum is going to have a stream, but that is not necessarily bad, because that is also going to up the amount of people that are willing to join a live stream and live participate without feeling like they have to be there the whole time. Do a podcast by recording on a Ring doorbell cam at a random house. How could it go wrong? Very. It will also up the perception of streaming as a legit profession. I agree. But I also think that in that, content creation as a broader topic is going to be even more important. As long as my mum doesn't stream the same time as me, can't lose my only viewer. That is a brilliant comment, Ollie. Holy shit, that is brilliant. No, I think what we're gonna see, we've seen this with YouTube. If you started YouTube in 2012, there was 2011, 2012, there was a massive boom. If you were in 2014, we saw the first streaming boom, right? We saw the streaming boom with people like XQC, Asmongold, Ninja coming in later on, Tyler One, all these big streamers. Then we had the podcast boom. I expect another streaming boom to happen, and I would not be surprised if that is because the common people, the people that normally don't even watch YouTube, are going to discover streaming. And if that happens, the potential audience on Twitch can go from 7 million, which it is at now, to tens to 20s of millions. But I don't think that Twitch is going to be king. If that happens, I think YouTube is going to take the throne. Hey, Sagnika, how are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Hope you're doing well. Which is why the all-round content creator, those that create content on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch, everywhere, they need to get there now. It is now or never. 2026 is going to be the year of the all-round content creator. In your Star Trek Fleet Command circles, we do Arc Falls, where we're educating players on what's new and what is the new effective meta. Our raid train lasted almost 48 hours. That is awesome. Oh, I love to hear that. That's fantastic. And Sagnika, you got up early today. You're being productive. Let's go. But you think YouTube needs to make a lot of improvements for it to happen? In your experience, YouTube is the least user-friendly and least feature-rich platform. And yet, YouTube is also the platform that is primed to explode. Because YouTube is already known. They only need to do one or two things to make it the main thing. Digital Dave, how you doing? The difference between podcasting and streaming is that podcasting is democratized. You can listen to podcasts in many places, Apple, Spotify, etc., creating a massive viewer base. Sure, YouTube has increased streaming viewer base, but it's still largely in these walled gardens that only early adopters are watching streamers. Imagine if streaming was more democratized like podcasts. Holy shit, that would be fantastic. Love my YouTube videos, so clearly that's working for you because I'm here. Let's go. Always happy to have you. What I'm hearing now, though, is multi-streaming is going to be important. Yes. Multi-streaming is the way forward. Also, ads. We are going to wait for the ads to end. In that time, I'm going to have myself some water because I need some. Been talking for 90 minutes at this point, non-stop. The ads. They're always a hassle. Hey, old wizard, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. I'm doing fantastic. How are you? That's gonna bungle things for you with how you do them now. Why? Like, you can just restream the exact same stream to multiple places. You may need to re-up your Nexus Clip sub for a bit. You've been trying to figure out how to do your own editing, but it's a process. Might be good to build a short buffer. That's not a bad idea, Light Wraith. That's definitely not a bad idea. Also, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. 1 year on Twitch and also hit 1K yesterday. Let's go! Digital Dave, what I was saying to you was, what if streaming was more democratized like podcasts? And I'm just going to say one word. Technically, it's a compound word. Multi-streaming. People at this point should be streaming to YouTube, to Twitch, to every single platform that they can get their hands on. But streaming still has one huge problem. Hey, Dave Goes Live, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's the one thing that is preventing streaming from becoming extremely mainstream. And it is the limited availability. If you are on YouTube, you can watch a YouTube channel, whichever one you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That is how YouTube works. Podcasts, you can listen when it fits you, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For streams, unless I'm here, you can't watch this anymore. Not live, not with that interactive experience. And I think that is going to be a problem for streaming to really make that explosive growth that we've seen podcasts and YouTube do. Because if you multi-stream to YouTube, you want to do it to your main channel, not your VOD channel. But I like saving my VODs there to just be a unique spot. And I think YouTube frowns on having the same video on 2 channels. True. Streaming is the radio experience. And that's not bad. Radio is great. But the problem that we're dealing with here is that radio is no longer the only thing there. TV is no longer the only thing there. Everything is on demand now. Which is why, by the way, if you guys will notice, I am live streaming on YouTube every Tuesday and Friday now. It's no longer only twice a month. No, I'm live streaming every single time. And I'm leaving them up for people to watch at a later point. Because I think it could be interesting for people to see. And to still listen to the rants that we go through and the questions I answer, etc. What would you recommend as a platform for multi-streaming through OBS so you can get all the chats into one chat section? You're in the right place. May I present you to our Lord and Savior, StreamerBot. StreamerBot allows you to combine all chats in one panel on your OBS. It looks like this. It's exactly as you expect. YouTube and Twitch, I can see all of it in one screen. It is fan-freaking-tastic. The nice thing is as well, it allows you to make your own commands for YouTube and Twitch. It is really, really nice. And then on top of that, I would use Atom Vertical to make sure that you can send all these things to the different platforms. Atom Vertical, don't go to the download. I just wanted to show it off. Is fantastic for that because you can make a canvas for different things as well. It is really, really good. It is what I'm using right now. It allows you to stream to multiple different places. It is easy to do. It is super, super user-friendly. Not a problem, Eras. See you soon. Look at the Atom Stream Suite. It has it all in one. Yeah, I don't like that. Because it is not there yet. I've tried it. That's why I haven't done a video about it. It's why I haven't looked at it live on stream. I've tried it and I do not like it. It just aesthetically, functionally, I'll just stick with my Streamer.bot because that's also what I know, right? I know StreamerBot. I've used it for years. And this works for me. Works very well for me. You use the Atom one for TikTok, but never heard of StreamerBot? Yes, StreamerBot. Okay, I'll just... sorry. I am a prolific preacher of StreamerBot. You see the TTS down here? That runs through StreamerBot. What it does... You see the little queue? There's 0 in the queue. There's 1 that I've listened to. And there's a wait time of 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Because that was the time between somebody redeeming it and then actually me listening to it. When somebody does that, you can also go to the Discord. And if you happen to be in the Discord, you will see that there is a channel called Answered TTS. You go in there and you can find the TTS question you asked and a link to the exact second in the VOD so you can go watch back the answer in case you can't make it. That is all built in StreamerBot. It is a super powerful program. You know at least one other big content creator, YouTuber, who's a big fan of Atom but doesn't like the suite either? Is it Nutty? I've seen his video. Nutty is also not a big fan, but I have different gripes with it specifically. But that's just me. I don't like it when I like it when one product does all the stuff that I need it to, but I don't like it when it's too bloated. Do you have a video about how to do that with TTS? Yes, I do. Well, I have a video on how you can set that up. Because, of course, I don't hog anything. So if you have a look on my website, contentdelta.online, and you go to the stream shop, and you go all the way down to the free stuff, the TTS bot by Content Delta is right here. Click it here, and you can see the video link there. That's how you set it up. You can download it. It's completely free. And if you want more than that, there's also the ad widget that I use. There's the Hype Train widget, shout out widget. All the things that I use are right there. Man, I've really upgraded by getting away from Stream Elements and getting Firebot. Barry, allow me to introduce everyone to StreamerBot. Yes. Sorry, Saknika. It is just a thing. You want to start streaming again, and after watching one of my videos, you're going to start streaming mobile games at your niche. Oh, that's cool. That's really, really awesome. Yeah, it does. It does. It uses StreamerBot and SpeakerBot. You can do it completely for free, or you can do it freemium. So I use Google. I get maybe 100, maybe 100 to 200 TTSs a month, and I still don't hit their free limit. You can use the Google TTS easily. Your biggest problem with Atom is that you keep reading it as Atium, which is a thing from Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn series. They are not the same thing. I hope not. Already using SpeakerBot for the free stuff? Let's go. Yeah, it's super useful. It's super useful. And like all my widgets are built in StreamerBot. I built them myself. I set them up. I give them away if I can. Some really don't work to give away. I'm working on some new ones, but I have been for the last 3 months, and I've just not had the time or energy to really put into making these widgets. I'm building a new music widget, for example. I'm building a little overlay. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. But it takes time. But speaking of, we do need to look at other predictions for 2026. And if you want one that I strongly fear will happen, I fear that a lot of full-time content creators are going to have to stop creating content in 2026. I fear that a lot of full-time content creators are going to struggle to make ends meet, because I can imagine that the global economy might get some problems this year. Not a problem checking my loots. Not a problem. Have a wonderful time. And if you want to jump into the Discord, you can always do that, right? And we can have a chat there as well. I think you're already in the Discord, but I think, let me just say it just to make sure. It is going to severely sway advertising income. And advertising income is streaming income. I don't even, like, we're gonna see an impact on fan funding, which is like subs and bits and that sort of stuff. But I think the advertisement income is definitely going to suffer. Hey, TD, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Hope you're having a good day. And I'm worried about that. I'm really, really worried about that. I am working hard to prevent that from happening for me, but I do think it's something that we as a community need to be very, very, very aware of. Like, really, really aware of. Did you know Zach Boosie watched one of my videos? Wait, what? Did he? What? No, I did not. Can you on his stream? Does he have VODs available? I'm kind of curious to see what he says about me and how I present things. I mean, we could do a reaction to him reacting to my stuff, but that I will do that after I've watched it. You've already seen the dip in your IRL job from the economy, since it's still seen very much as a luxury, so I won't be surprised if people cut back on other extras too. That's what I'm worried about, Saknika. Yeah, absolutely. One of my New Year goals would be to try and grow a community and get to the monetization requirements for YouTube. Can I make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion, Dave? Can I suggest that you change how you consider your goals? Because what you have just described to me is an extrinsic goal. And extrinsic goals, if I could write, that would be great. Extrinsic. Extrinsic goals are goals you have no control over. Such as get X followers or subscribers. You can't make other people become followers. You can't make other people become subscribers, or you can't make them watch your videos to get to those monetization requirements, right? You can't say, oh, I want to make $1,000 a month, because you can't control that. What I can highly suggest, which really, really works, is switching to intrinsic goals. These are goals that you have complete control over. So these are goals such as make 52 videos this year, 1 a week, or make 30 shorts this month. Do things that you alone have full control over and invest in that. Because the funny thing is, the more videos you make, the more chance that people see you. The better you become at making videos, and therefore this side of things automatically comes along, right? It automatically starts picking up. So if you focus on the things that you do have complete control over, that is something where you can make a difference. 100%. So I would recommend that. I would say have a think. See what, maybe you say, I want to make a video every 2 weeks. Okay, that's 26 videos this year. Go for it. Go for that thing. Hey, Santo, how you doing? You just got affiliated? Let's go. Congratulations. That is huge. What are my thoughts on quality-based intrinsic goals? Because by your own current examples, you should just stream 24/7, 365. No, because that doesn't need to be your goal. If you want to stream 3 to 4 times a week, that is absolutely fine, right? Because if you want to stream 3 to 4 times a week as your goal, then you can work on making it possible for you to stream 3 to 4 times a week. Making 26 videos is a way for you to commit yourself to producing content. And yet, technically, you should stream 24/7, 365, but, you know, you have work and food and that sort of stuff, so you can't do that. That is why making these sorts of intrinsic goals are super important. Quality-based intrinsic goals are fine. Absolutely. You can say, oh, I want to but the problem with quality-based intrinsic goals, it depends on what you call quality. So I want to have, this is just a random example, right? 75% on average on all my exams is quantified, but I would say that that is a quality goal. I want to do, I don't know, 30 minutes of category 2 cardio every week is quantified twice, but it is also quality, because getting a category, I think it's called a category 2 heart rate, I'm not entirely sure, that is also a quality based intrinsic goal, because you could do 30 minutes of category 1 but that's not what you're going for, and that's not quality-wise good enough. As long as you can judge it measurably, that's fine. Remember SMART. Who here has never heard of SMART goals? I need to give that more space. Cardio intensity zones. Thank you. You can hear I am not a gym rat. What was I writing? SMART. If you're gonna write a goal to achieve, it needs to be SMART. It needs to be specific, measurable, specific, measurable, crap, I forgot what the A is. R is relevant. Achievable or actionable. Yes. And time bound. So, you need to be specific. If you have a goal, don't just go in and say, I want to grow a YouTube channel. Because that doesn't say anything. What are you actually trying to achieve? That's where measurable comes in. I want to reach 1,000 followers on Twitch this year. Now that is a terrible goal because now it's extrinsic, but it's quite easy to think about. Is that achievable? Well, 1,000 followers on Twitch in a year is achievable. It's hard, but achievable. 10,000 followers in a year might be a bit harder. So make sure you don't make it too hard on yourself. Make sure you can actually reach what you're going for. Make it relevant. If you want to grow a Twitch channel, don't say you're going to make 12. Don't say you're going to read 12 books a year. Right? If your goal is, I want to grow a Twitch channel, reading 12 books about content creation is not going to help you. You need to actually start creating. And time bound. This year, this month. Make sure that there is an end date at which you need to be done, because otherwise you are going to procrastinate. And you do not want that. Hey, Petrix, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Guys, the little one is home, as you guys might have heard. So I will be back in 2 minutes. I'm quickly going to say hi. She's going to go off to bed. And I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. There we go. Let me see, 7 p.m. Well, if I go to bed at 7 p.m., you wake up at 3 a.m. and can't get back to sleep, you're also not 1 year old. Truck and train. Otherwise, you're a very well-developed 1 year old. So, there's that. Wait, why did I clicked on the ads, they didn't run. Oh well, it happens. Petrix, I'm doing very well. How are you? I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing amazing. You stream 4 times a week from 3:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. You separated Sunday as rest day and Wednesday as Saturday as Reels days. I want to reach a larger audience, but I'm not able to. You're not being discovered. Are you just posting Reels on Instagram, or are you posting them on YouTube and TikTok as well? How long does the baby sleep? Approximately 8 p.m. till 6 a.m. So she sleeps really, really well, actually. She's currently laughing right next to me, if you guys didn't hear that yet. You miss being 1 year old, no responsibilities, and not a developed enough brain to care. Also, not a developed enough brain to retain memories, which is something. Are you going to bed now? Are you just going to stand there? Personally, I feel like you can have goals based on followers and stuff, but the mindset around these has to be one of growth. Like, if you fail to get there, you should ask yourself why and try to analyze it instead of taking it personal, etc. So, for example, if you make a goal of getting 1K on Twitch in 2026 and you don't get it, I believe you should try to analyze why that is. And if there's anything you could have done to improve things the following year. While I agree, Aruma, I don't think extrinsic goals are good at all. Because you don't have any control over it, and actually analyzing it and understanding why you didn't get the 1K on Twitch, for example, is really freaking hard. That is not something that is just lightly done. Hey, Sir Stashalot, how are you doing? Anytime, anytime. I hope you enjoyed the videos. Have you streamed yet? Otherwise, go press that button. But yeah, I think intrinsic goals such as make X amount of videos, do X amount of learning, right? Do an hour of learning how to speak to an audience a week is also a good goal. The reason behind the intrinsic goals are that humans are super bad at handling the extrinsic stuff, mentally and analytically. Yes, and it's also just you don't see progress for a few weeks, so you go, why aren't I making progress to my goals? And that is rough. That is really, really rough. It can make things difficult. You started 9 days ago streaming in Twitch because you switched from streaming on YouTube because you were having the same problem on YouTube with not meeting a larger audience. What I can suggest, and that is the only thing I can suggest when you are streaming, is make content on other platforms. That's what I mean with taking it personally. But the thing is, Aruma, it's not about taking it personally. It's just you have no control over it, right? It can be a milestone. You can have like a little thing where it's like 1K on Twitch, and when it happens, you go, yay, tick. Next. But having it as a goal you actively work on is rough. Saknika is saying weight loss is probably the classic example of struggling with an extrinsic goal failure. You want to lose weight, you do all the right things and still struggle. It screws you over on staying motivated. That is why, for most people nowadays, losing weight is a terrible extrinsic goal, and you should focus on something like going to the gym X times a week, or doing cardio for 30 minutes 3 times a week, or eating habits, which do lie in your control. Also something that I'm working on at the moment, by the way, just as a slight note. Also, Sherry, how are you doing? I think I said hi earlier, but I may have forgotten because lots of things are going on. You're currently setting everything up and looking forward to getting started. Just working out the settings at the moment. Let's go. That's awesome. That is fantastic. No, not yet. I'm waiting for a boom arm and a mic holder because your mic is really sensitive for desktoping. Tomorrow it's here and we starting. Let's go. That is going to be fantastic. Can I stream both Twitch and YouTube at the same time? No, you can. Absolutely. The thing is, Mr. Fluffy, you won't be dividing your audience. The reason you won't be dividing your audience is because some people like being on YouTube, some people like being on Twitch. I'm doing that right now. People are going to be on the platform that they enjoy most. And that is all that matters. Grandma Gamer, not yet. I don't check Discord during streams. And the reason for that is I want to fully focus on producing live entertainment. It's also why I don't look at my phone and that sort of stuff. Gotta focus on the tasks rather than the results. Tasks are controllable. Results will follow naturally. Exactly. Now, how I have a very particular way of looking at things. Let me try and explain. So when we're talking about goal setting and that sort of stuff, I have my goals are threefold. Every single one of my goals consists of three things. The first thing it consists of is what I call the objective. Now, the objective is great because the objective can be vapid, it can be unclear, it can be extrinsic. I don't give a hoot. Right? My objective, I'm going to use the example here, can be weight loss. Lose weight. Note, there's no time limit. There's no measurability. It's just, what is it I would like to achieve? What is my aspiration? Then the second thing that I look at after objective is project. These are already a bit clearer. These need to have a defined end and start, and they should lead to action. So, for weight loss, a project could be, I want to eat less than 2,200 kilocalories 5 days a week. Every week. Now, this is sort of, okay, this people would describe as a goal. And in fact, this would be an intrinsic goal. But then I take it one step further and I look at a key result. And these are the actual actions that I take to complete the project. So this could be something like dine in. 28 days in a month. So you can dine outside the house twice. This could be 200 grams of veg with dinner every day. So these are the actual actions I am taking to ensure that this goal is happening. And they are, again, these are smart. Full on, very clearly defined small things. That's how I set my goals. And once I have this down, I have a fairly good understanding of what I want to achieve, how I'm gonna achieve it, and what steps to take. Which I like. And And there's loads of these sort of goal setting techniques that you can use. There's the GPS method. There is one that I've recently heard about, which I think is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. First things first. Sherry, you're saying you wanted to work out yesterday, but the Korean food said your tummy is going to be stuffed all day. Ooh, Korean though. Delicious. Anyway, so one thing that I really like, and I've recently learned about this, as I said, with goal setting, if you guys are going to set goals, try setting anti-goals as well. For every goal that you set anti-goals. Which really, what they answer the question is, if you're going to fail, how are you going to fail? So, for example, eat out every week or even day. What is another way that I could fail with my calorie goals, right? I'm just using this as an example. Oh, yes. Have crisps in the house. Because I know for myself, if there are crisps in the house, I'm going to eat them. What's another way? Well, whatever it is for you, you can absolutely set this up. So now, yeah, crisps, potato chips, nacho chips, they're dangerous for me, right? But now I also know, because I know my anti-goals, what I need to really avoid to obtain my goals. And that makes everything so much clearer. I love using these anti-goals nowadays. Hey, Jay, how are you doing? You're an absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. What happens if you hit the requirements for monetization on the platform, like Twitch? Can you still apply for monetization on YouTube and Kick? Yes, you absolutely can, Dave. You absolutely can. How do I make my reels? I make them in two ways. So if they come directly from the stream, I use a software called Nexus Clips, who are a sponsor of the channel, where you can let an analytic AI analyze your streams, pick out the best moments, and then make vertical videos for you. If I'm making them locally, so I'm recording something specific and then edit it, I use DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is the best free editing program out there. And it is used by Hollywood left, right, and center. It's really, really good. Chocolate, 100% avoid it. See, I like chocolate, but I am not a big chocolate eater. Same with sweets. I'm not a sweet eater. Ice cream, though. If it wasn't winter, ice cream. Even in winter, ice cream. But that is how I set my goals. I think that is really important. And the nice thing is, you can also use that for your content creation. Because you can also think to yourself, oh, what are the best ways for you to not grow a channel? Right? Well, what are the best ways for you to not grow a channel on Twitch? Stream whenever. Stream whatever you want. Don't stream. Be a dick. etc., etc. You can make these lists, but pick what fits for you and then try and avoid that part. Don't speak. Yeah, very good. And just by doing this a little bit, you start to realize, oh, if I do the exact opposite of this, of course I'm going to grow. Because that's how it works. Do I have an affiliate link or code to give me credit for next clips? Dark Closet, the affiliate code is code DELTA. Just DELTA. That's it. Hey, Method, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Along the same lines as anti-goals, I heard someone mention planning to fail, as in, how do you get back in the saddle when you miss a day of your plan? Oh, that's really, really good as well. That's really, really clever. Chocolate is amazing, but moderation is important. Moderators are also amazing. Oh my god. That is a terrible joke, Light Wraith, and you know it. That is a terrible joke, and you know it. You started streaming August 2025. You had doubts when you started streaming because you're French and live in Canada. And the Canadian French community is really small. But you continue each week. Yeah, but you're also tapping into the European French community, right? Depending on when you stream. I missed your joke earlier. Wait. I can see the photo assimilation joke. That one I can see. Which one did I miss? Ah, damn. I actually missed it. You're over 40. You have 3 kids. You see chocolate. You eat chocolate. Thinking about the kids and what that much sugar could do to them. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, auntie goals. If I had my rim shot button, I would press it now. I do not. Wait, do I? Do I? Do I? No, I don't. So you're getting a manual one. Ba-doom-tsh. You stream in the evening, like 8:30 p.m. Oh, yeah. The European sleeps. Yes. The single person in Europe sleeps. We all sleep. Glay's dad jokes are rubbing off on you, as long as it's not Glay. Hey, Kitabite, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Oh, God. I was talking about something, and I've completely lost it at this point. I have completely lost the plot. Oh, where were we? Predictions 2026. Do you guys have any predictions? Are there any things that you think, ooh, that is going to happen in 2026? And in the creator community, I don't think we're going to see much difference. So your path is really small steps, but you have new people the time to time. But that's a good thing, right, Jay? And especially if you start spreading that over on YouTube as well, where the French can hook in, you have quite a big audience, because French is spoken in a large portion of the world at this point. Mr. Fluffy, you're asking, I try to keep the conversation rolling with the viewers, but you're receiving nothing from them. How do you solve this? You give them multiple chances to interact with you. I actually talk about this, I think, in my last video. Otherwise, it's gonna come into the next video, because I've just edited this part. or I edited this part a week ago or so. I think it's in the new video, but I will say it's what you do is you're gonna double whammy. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna ask a question. Let's say you're playing a game, you're having you're just describing the game. You pick up a gun and you go like, "Oh man, this is my what? Oh, this is an amazing gun. What is your favorite gun in the game?" Ask the question. Then you are not going to leave that in silence. Instead, you are immediately going to feed this back, and you're going to give the answer yourself. And the answer you're going to give is something like, "This is not my favorite game. My favorite gun in the game. My favorite gun in the game is this." Now, people that disagree with that being your favorite gun also get to talk. So you're actually giving them 2 chances to respond to you. And that is a great sort of technique that you can learn very, very quickly. Hey, B-Tech, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Jesus is going to start streaming. Been there, done that. Didn't buy the t-shirt. Twitch will announce a newer, better version of the mobile app, and we will once again see it get worse. Yeah, that's just pattern recognition. That's 100% going to happen. You're good at narrating your gameplay, but horrible at bouncing that back to the community. That's a skill, right? Being able to sort of bounce that sort of stuff from you back to the community and taking in the new input that your community gives you. That is the hardest part of being a streamer. Being able to keep up the conversation for hours on end. I mean, possibly like I do, without anything in the background. Sometimes with something in the background. That happens to you when you were talking about music. The chat was silent. Cricket sound. I mean, it also sort of depends on the kind of content that you make, right? If you are the kind of content creator that draws in a lot of lurkers, then you need to accept that. And you need to just talk to yourself more. But what most beginning streamers do wrong, what most beginning streamers can improve is that they think they're talking a lot, but actually you realize that they really don't talk that much. They just don't. And that is something which I do feel could become better. However, how you can make that better, that is the next question. Hey, Jessa, how you doing? Jessa, can I just, now that I have you here live, say thank you very much for the very, very kind comment that you left on YouTube. That was really, really nice of you. Hey, Refbomb, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. You were totally hoping I would be live because you had a question, but now you're totally drawing a blank. It will come back. Don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. Yeah, exactly, Aruma. And that's what you have to do. Send your channel in for a review. That's absolutely fine. No, I mean, yeah. Pointless trolls I can usually deal with, but I was like, oh, that's such a kind message. I don't really want to delete that message. If you think you talk a lot, sign up for a review here. Matt will instantly jump to a random VOD spot and see you silent for 5 seconds. Correct. Or 5 minutes even. Your YouTube comment is Ash Kapoop. Yeah, it's a good thing, right? That we know that. I think Ash Kapoop is a little busy at the moment, but, you know, that's part of the deal. You know what? I will bring that back every single time I can. It's so funny. Anyway, so yeah, I think that I genuinely think, Sagnika, with your prediction with the mobile app, that if they do another year of incremental improvements, they are going to lose the mobile market. Because even now, watching Twitch on mobile is just not a pleasant experience. Thank you, Lola. Thank you very much. I like my Hawaii shirts. This one I designed myself, actually. You're definitely gonna find a lot of faults in my one if it gets reviewed, but I totally expect that. I want help to see where I can improve it more, and that's fine, right? That's absolutely fine. Jay with Hoodie, thank you so much for the follow here over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Do I sell them? No, not these. No, I really should. Frosty's loudly shouting no, but yeah. I might make a Content Delta one. So I have this one. I have a red version, a purple version, a black version, a high vis version. And then I have like I have over, I think I have about 20 Hawaii shirts at this point. It's all I wear. No, this is the green one. The high vis one is higher vis. I'm like Quagmire from Family Guy, except I don't have the chin. Frosty desperately trying to keep Matt from doing even more stuff. Not, you know what? True. You might. We will never know. It's hidden. That's why I have a beard. If I shave, I look like Quagmire. That's actually not true. If I shave, I look 16. That's different. Hey, Gerald. Thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Iona. How are you doing? You are a legend. Let me give you a shout out. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you're doing amazing. Iona, you're the right person to ask. Do you have any predictions for the world of content creation here in 2026? 75% of your audience watches on mobile, so you hate that Twitch can't actually make the app work well. 75% of your audience watches on mobile. That's insane. I believe currently for Twitch, average is 34%. Ah, work lurkers. That makes sense. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. Mr. Fluffy, your native language is not English, but you do your stream in English to meet the international audience. Your pronunciation and accent are not perfect. Could it be the problem I'm facing? No. As long as people can understand your English, you're fine. 46% iOS alone. Oh. Nope. No. Man. I actually haven't checked for this channel. I remember for the last time that I checked the my other channel, I think it was 17% mobile. Apparently your chat are Apple girlies too. I mean, they do say that you usually, like, in general, attract people like you, right? If you shave, you get divorced. No, yeah, Frosty didn't marry the nerd. She married the beard. Let me see. 2026 is when vibe consistency matters more than niche or upload frequency. I think I disagree on that one. I think vibe consistency is important, but it has always been important, right? That's what we call branding in the marketing world. Your branding, your niche, your upload frequency, they're all important. But while branding is easy to do because you can just be yourself and choose a brand and stick with that, upload frequency and niche are going to continue to be super important. We're looking at things like YouTube once a week, TikTok and YouTube Shorts 5 to 7 times a week, in a specific niche. Like, niche continues to be extremely important. 2026 will be the year where Let's Plays come back and no one can afford games or PC parts to play new games. You know what? I'd not be against Let's Plays coming back. Actually, I was talking about this earlier, Iona. I've been looking into this, right? What the world is doing in content creation. And I discovered a piece of content by Alex Hormozy, who had been talking to Mr. Beast. And apparently, these sorts of sizes of players with multiple millions of subscribers on YouTube are intending to start live streaming in 2026. And I'm gonna be completely honest, I think more and more of the traditional businesses and traditional content creators are going to grab towards live streaming. 100%. Hey, Full Speed Reborn, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. And if we are going to see more of those people coming in, I think shorter 2 to 3 hour streams, maybe even 1 hour streams, are going to become super interesting. They will become TV show. Yeah, they will. Except live. So live interactive TV shows. 2.5 hours is your YouTube sweet spot. I think 3 hours for me on YouTube. But are you... So, Iona, are you just doing Let's Plays on YouTube at this point? Because that's quite interesting. Because... I remember from my old gaming channel, that I had one Let's Play that I uploaded, which was 4 hours or something like that, or 6 hours, and it was my best performing video by far. All my edited content got a few hundred views. That got 12,000 views in the first 24 hours. And it wasn't even well edited. It was literally ripped off my stream and put on there, which I was super surprised by. That is kind of cool. But you also have the right channel for that, right, Iona? Talking about upcoming games, stream them day one, and then posting the review. You have the right audience. I wonder if that is generalizable. I don't know. Think you need to invest in a boom arm because your audio is a little bit sounds echoed because I'm using the mic stand. It seemed as a problem in the beginning. I seemed it as a problem in the beginning, but never really tried to solve that. Boom arm is a big win. For all streamers, boom arm. That's really interesting. I will have to have a think about this, because I have games I want to play. And if I'm going to play them, why not, right? Let me see. Yeah, I think to quickly go back to that, what Jay is saying, it will become a TV show. I think how we have seen the massive boom on it's ads. Timing. I will wait. Hey, Patrick, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Not a problem, Saknika. Thank you so much for being here. Go do your thing. Guys, while the ads are here, I'm quickly going to run to the loo, take a quick stretch break, and I will be right back. And we're back. There we go. Let's see. Patrick, you were saying you have a mic stand. I personally like boom arms. Boom arms are great because they're desk mounted, right? Makes it nice and simple, and it keeps the microphone nice and close to your mouth, which is where you want that to be. It's really hard to find the game to stream on Twitch because it seems so saturated with many streamers. It depends, Mr. Fluffy. Look, I talked about this earlier, right? But what I can highly suggest that you do is just take a piece of paper, take a pen, and start writing down all the games that you like. Just write them down. So what I said earlier is things like Space Engineers for me, Satisfactory, Factorio, City Skylines, there's WoW, and that sort of stuff. Just write down all the games that you enjoy. Then go through all those games and say, what do they have in common? Well, Space Engineers is a building game. So is Satisfactory. So is Factorio. So is City Skylines. WoW is an MMO. I like some horror games as well. And then just figure out what it is that actually is a unifying factor. Which genre you enjoy the most. And then you can dive further into it. Because once you have a genre, you can then start looking at how you can build your own niche. And what that niche is going to be, that is completely up to you. But make sure you can play it repeatedly. And if you're just starting out, try to play the same game for a few weeks. See if that gets people in. If it doesn't, switch over to the next thing. But don't switch over every single stream because people will not be coming back. What game that is going to be, that is up to you in the end. But that is the most important bit, in my opinion. Like, that is where you can make a significant difference. Hey, Fit Checker, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. Being Fit Checker is what losing your mind feels like. But I'm not Fit Checker, so I wouldn't know that. You're Fit Checker. You're the 1992nd to be completely exact. Oh, man. I have to say, this week has been long. It has been a very, very long week. Thanks for the answer, because you had this question too. Yeah, no, absolutely. Anytime. Thank you very much, Fit Checker. Thank you very much. And Jay, if you then, right, I showed this earlier as well, but I'll show it again for the people that weren't there at that time. If these are all the people on Twitch, every single one of them, and you like one specific part of it right here, then you can become even more precise. So if these are your RPGs, maybe here is a whole area of JRPGs. But you can go even more precise, because you could go for only Final Fantasy. Or you could go even more precise and only play Final Fantasy XIV. And as you narrow the space, the more narrow your audience is going to be, but the more secure you are that the audience you are attracting is going to enjoy what you're doing. Or only French JRPGs, yeah, but then it's one game. There is one French JRPG, and that's it. Which, yeah, sure, if you just want to play that, that is absolutely fine. So far, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If they do a sequel to Expedition 33, that is going to be really, really hard to pull off. And if they don't pull it off, then it's not going to be French. We could get a Swedish JRPG. I'm good with that. Hey, Keith, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. Thank you very much. You're a legend. You feel bad for him is really the only way is down for the studio. Yeah. No, I get that. Like, they absolutely dominated the Game Awards. They have sales for days. They have everything they need. At this point, they have achieved the peak. They might as well retire. And they did that with their first game, which is incredibly good. But to get back to this, what you're then going to do, right, is after you have built an audience around Final Fantasy XIV for a while, you might go, oh, I also want to play Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2. And slowly but surely, you start to expand that sort of area in which you are. And yeah, then you can play some Clair Obscur as well. Or you can play the Tales series. Or you can, and this is how you build it out. Or at a certain point you're like, oh, you know, Final Fantasy Tactics is over here in a completely different genre, but it's also Final Fantasy, so maybe I can start building out over here as well. Right? Play stuff like Advance Wars, if anybody remembers that stuff. And that is how you slowly build out your audience. And I think if this is the way you want to go, if you want to go Twitch first, right? So leading with Twitch, this is the way to go. If you're going to be leading with something else, so you're going to be leading with something like, oh, I don't know, YouTube and TikTok, you could take a very different approach, but still sticking in that small category is a great way to build your audience early on. Until you get to the point where if you go to Twitch, right, we'll go to a random Twitch page and we'll go to, let's see, browse, until the point where you're like, oh, I want to play, I don't know, Animal Crossing, and you are here in the top 2 lines. That's where you want to end up in. Once you can end up in those top 2 lines, that's where you can jump into that category and feel like you might still be able to get quite a bit of audience, and also new audience. Also, why? I still hate that they have these. How has this person become partnered with automation? Anyway, I'm not gonna. Nope. We're not jumping into that. Not doing it. You always like how this example is literally just a more efficient version of what I've been doing myself, down to the exact games, Light Wraith. You know why that is, right? It's because you were the first one to ask this question. And I got to this example and I've never changed it. Because it is the fact that RPG, JRPG, Final Fantasy, just, it like has such nice concentric circles to it. It makes it really easy to explain. Really, really easy to explain. Do you think it's possible if you want to play games like do you mean Satisfactory? I don't know what Satis is. I think that's Satisfactory. That's a perfect game to combine with something like game dev. Look, if people are into watching game dev, they're probably into watching factory simulators. They're probably gonna be okay with that. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. But you can do that in two ways. Either you do split streams, so you do 2 hours of one, 2 hours of the other, or 3 hours of one, 3 hours of the other, whatever you want. That's how I do it. Or you can do specific days for Satisfactory and specific days for video gaming. Or for making video games. Those are the two ways that I would go, at least. Ooh, you know what? Let's listen to this question. Google. Can somebody shove a boot up Google's ass so it actually starts talking to me? That'd be lovely. Or am I just going to have to sit here and wait until you cut me off mid-sentence again? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. What are the bets going to be? Is Google going to cut me off mid-sentence? Or is it going to be nice and wait patiently? Yeah. Satisfactory is a great game for that. Other games that you could do are like the building sort of Factorio or RimWorld are fantastic to combine with something like making video games because there's a specific mind to it and there's a big overlap, which is exactly what you want. Okay, since Google isn't doing it. Oh, hey, Hot Mess, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. I'm going to read it out myself. What does it mean when I'm a gaming and just chatting streamer?
Jesse Killshot says, what does it mean when I'm a gaming and just chatting streamer, but I get way more chat activity and viewers when I'm just chatting? I love both, but does that mean I should consider leaning more toward a just chatting channel? I can only stream twice, maybe
Fuck
3
this shit.
times a week
I'm out.
max now.
Let me see. I didn't even listen. I just walked away. It's fine. Let me see. You're a gaming and just chatting streamer, but you get way more chat activity and viewers when you're just chatting. You love both, but does that mean I should consider leaning more towards a just chatting channel? You can only stream twice, maybe 3 times a week max. Okay. There's a few things here. And I think the main thing is there is a big chance or a big there's a big chance, I'm just gonna call it a big chance that, or no, that's not the right word. I think many people experience this, right? Where if you're doing a just chatting section, people are going to be more active because when you get to the point where you are playing a game and chatting, your chatting also goes down a little. Not a lot, don't get me wrong, but the interactivity with chat goes down a little and your chatting might go down a little, which is normal. Not great, but normal. And that makes people a little less interactive. I don't have a great solution for you because I suffer from the same thing. And I see Iona saying that you gotta train chat to talk when you game. But I think it's hard with certain games. Like with cozy games, it's easier. With shooters, it's a little harder. I had that with Phasmophobia. I can absolutely, I could multitask. I could talk and play the game because playing the game was blind for me. I have played so much. I played over 2,500 hours. But I think if you're going to look at more the actual, like, how to get them to chat during games, it's asking questions, it's making conversation, it's answering the questions you ask. It's really, there's very little you can do, I think. but I'm not an expert on this. I find it difficult myself. I notice that as well when I'm gaming, right? When I'm gaming on this channel. You do genuinely believe not being in the just chatting category at the start helps? Probably. Because people are expecting the game already. Is that what you mean? Is that the reason why you think being in the game category helps? Because people are expecting the game? I do find that that can also lead to the exact opposite. Because if you are in the game category and you end up, like you do, chatting for the first hour or two, you also get the people in that are gonna be shouting at you to start the game. If you can deal with that mentally, or have your mods deal with that mentally, I think you should be okay. Big switch flagging people to leave. Oh, in that way. Yeah, that could make sense. That could make sense. Plus, you can move into the game mid-talk, thus training. That is something I'd find really difficult. Like being in the middle of a conversation, having like a deep momentum there, and then just needing to switch into playing the game. The other way is a lot easier for me. Like being in a game, talking, then pausing because the conversation becomes so intense in the way that I have to respond or in the way that I have to think, and then going back to the game. That is fairly simple for me. You remember people nagging me to start the game? Oh yes, they did. When you game, it drops a little, and when it's mostly a gaming stream, there are fewer average, and you don't know why. When you get to chatting and don't get to the game till way later in the stream, you have more average viewers. It's been this way for several months. Have you looked at your actual graph? Like, I'm genuinely asking here. Captain Chris, thank you for making me save. I don't know. Sure. I'll save this image for you. The blob. There, it has been saved. I think I need to while knowing what I'm looking at. Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. But I think looking at your average viewers is a good idea. What sort of average? Yeah. If it's 1 or 2 people, it's not that deep. If you see a drop of like 20 or 10, that is something to be, I don't want to say concerned about, but something to keep in mind, especially at a lower level. It's a very important blob if you know what it's for, so it's important to save. Oh, it is very. The answer on what to do fully depends on the kind of streamer you want to be. That's also a good point. That is a really good point. I think if you want to be a just chatting streamer, if that is where you want to go, then you should just do that. Right? Just chatting is fine. If you want to grow there, you can absolutely grow there, as long as you have something to talk about and you keep people somewhat entertained. If you want to be a gamer and you want to focus on the gaming part, then you're going to have to do what Iona says, or at least train a little bit for yourself, where you go from just chatting to gaming midway through. Just point at a time. Once you see that time happening, you're going to make that switch. I think I attracted a lot of just chatting viewers when you built the channel. Now that you're leaning more into games, it's been slower to attract the specific games viewers versus just chatting. maybe I lose a bit of chatting viewers when the game starts. But then, okay, but then we're moving into a different thing here, Jessa. Right? If you pulled in a lot of just chatting viewers when you built the channel, and you're now leaning more into games, then something else is going on. Because then you are switching niches. And if you're switching niches, you can expect 40 to 80% of your viewers to drop. That's just the case. C'est la vie. That's what happens. So at that point, you need to consider for yourself, is this the switch that I want to do? If you were a just chatting streamer, right? Somebody that only did just chatting, and now you're sort of doing just chatting and gaming, then you have technically switched niche. If you played a shooting game, you think you'd lose 80%? Well, that's what I'm saying, right? It depends on what you play. If you play something, like for you, Iona, if you play a cozy game, well, you used to be an Animal Crossing streamer, if I remember correctly. The first times you widened that net, you probably also lost a few people. But now you're a cozy streamer. So if you stay in the cozy, you're fine. But if you go to something too puzzly, think Blueprints, you might not be able to grab that, grab those people. You might lose 20, 30, 40%. But if you move to something like Arc Raiders, yeah, you're going to lose 80%. That's how this works. The further you move away, the bigger it becomes. Would it be okay to do one stream chatting, one gaming per week? I feel it's better to lean into one or the other. You can, but you're gonna split up your audience even more. Because now you're gonna have your just chatting viewers that come in during your just chatting stream, your gaming viewers that are gonna come in during your gaming stream, and then you have the people that are there for you coming in both. And the people that don't like not being consistent, not coming into either. So there's always a danger there. It's definitely a possibility. Absolutely. I see a question here from Dark Closet. Should I create separate accounts on all platforms and give them the same name if I want to brand it? Yes. If you want a TikTok, a YouTube, an Instagram, an X, Twitter, Blue Sky, the same. Make it the same name everywhere as much as you can. I am Content Delta on literally every platform. Except TikTok, where I'm Content Delta TV because Content Delta was taken. Is that a problem? Yeah, probably. That is probably a problem. Is there anything I can do about it? No, I cannot. That's also okay. Okay, we have the ads coming in. Let's wait for those to hit. And then we can continue. There we go. Hello, ads. Would you start, please? Thank you very much. That's why you worked on your YouTube to fix it. Understandable. Completely understandable. No, I'm still you know what? I feel like there are a lot of gamers, especially gamers, that completely underrate just chatting. Just chatting is such a powerful, not just a powerful category, but also just a powerful skill to develop as a streamer, because you don't have because you get the opportunity to really train. And if you are doing just chatting and you are not feeling like you're doing enough chatting, imagine how it is when you're gaming. It's gonna be even worse. Yes, you get a little bit more leeway while you're gaming, but you're probably overstaying that leeway by a mile and a half. So always be aware of that. I think, generally speaking, if you have at least 5 people in your community, you should start with 10 to 15 minutes of just chatting. Right? When the first people come in, you immediately are chatting. You're having a talk about how your day was. You're welcoming people in. You're having a good time, asking how they are. You're sort of gearing up to the game. And you explain, this is what we're going to be doing today, etc., etc. And I think that is a fair thing to do as well. Weird Wyatt. Word Wyatt? Thank you so much for the follow, you absolute legend. Kick back, relax, have yourself a good time here. And we are having... Hey, Music Mistress, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. We do not like them, but they have to be run. How you doing, Music Mistress? Hope you're having a good day. Happy New Year. I know it's a bit late, but that is what it is. Man, do I have any more good predictions for this year? I don't know. Captain Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very, very much. Oh! I have one more new prediction. I have one more new prediction. I believe first time I heard someone pronounce the word the right way. I know. It's because I play a lot of fantasy games, and when you try to share the name of that, you need to know how to say that word. I have a prediction about TwitchCon EU. TwitchCon EU had a contract in Rotterdam that is going to run out this year, which means we are going to get an announcement on the new location for TwitchCon EU this year. I strongly believe that the new location for TwitchCon EU is going to be Rotterdam. I think they are going to extend the contract. And I think that for one very specific reason. I was talking to some Twitch staff last year, and they were already far advanced in discussions on the contract. As in, they said that the contract just needed the signatures and it was done last year. So I think they're going to continue in Rotterdam. Also because, or maybe Amsterdam, but it's going to be Rotterdam again or Amsterdam. I think it's going to stay in the Netherlands. Hey, come get all. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Just started watching my videos and streaming and it got you back into streaming. That's awesome. That's really good to hear. That's fantastic. I will say, if they go to London, that would be so good. Holy heck. It's never been in London before. It's been in Paris. It's been in Berlin. Spain, Madrid, or Barcelona doesn't really make sense. Rome doesn't really make sense. Or any sort of big Italian city. I think Scandinavia doesn't make sense because it's just expensive there. Barcelona does make sense? No, I don't think so. For a very specific reason, it's too expensive. Will TwitchCon NA make it through without just... Nope. USA TwitchCon is going to be exactly the same. The second biggest streamer on the whole platform is from there in terms of following. Yeah, but they fly those people out if they want to come over. Right? Twitch pays for that. It's not about that. It's about costs of hosting something in the city. And it's about the space that is required. Now, Barcelona in summer sounds like a real bad idea. That sounds like a real bad idea. On the other hand, staying in the Netherlands, because Schiphol is one of the biggest airports in the world and one of the three biggest European intercontinental hubs, together with Charles de Gaulle and Heathrow, I think we're gonna see either. I mean, London would be cool. I would like London, but I think we're gonna see it stay in the Netherlands. I would not be surprised, just because it is so accessible. Hey, Embrace Primalism, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Frankfurt would also make sense. Yes, it would. It would, absolutely. But for me, like, as a Dutchie, I am slightly biased, but I would not be, like, why would they already be so far ahead with the talks for next year, 2027? In 2025, unless they're extending. They still have a year to go. Breaking open the contract, making it longer in Rotterdam, with all the space that they have, is such a good choice. London would work well if they were trying to get the Americans to come. That's also true. A lot of Americans are boycotting TwitchCon for good reason. I know, but we're looking at TwitchCon EU now. TwitchCon EU, as far as I know, asterisk, had no big problems in the last few years. Paris wasn't great. Amsterdam was amazing. Paris wasn't great. It was good. It was really good, but it wasn't great. There were some issues. Rotterdam, I have not heard any issues about, except it's a bit empty. It is a bit empty. And I would like TwitchCon EU to become bigger. Because I think they could really do something in Europe. But most companies are sticking to the US. Even Elgato wasn't there. Let me see. Captain Chris, you have a question. Let me start the TTS. We'll hear it in about 20 minutes. Because Google, thank you very much. I think I really do hope that they expand on TwitchCon EU. It already was bigger last year when it comes to the Twitch stuff, but there are just not a lot of stands. There's no business reason to go to TwitchCon EU. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. Not really. Although we only get 2 days and the Americans get 3, but we'll see. I do think we can make a difference. I feel like we could make a difference. Especially because the European market, especially for streamers, is becoming bigger and bigger, both in local languages and in English. We see more and more people streaming, but also more and more people viewing Twitch at a much higher rate. Let's have a look-see. The question really...
Chris TV says, what could I do to make my chat more active?
There it is.
I have between 6 to 10 viewers, but most of the time only my mod and another dude chatting. Sometimes even none. And it's so hard for me to speak to, with no one, even I know they're there.
I'm gonna be honest, Captain Chris. The main thing that you can do is train yourself to give them more incentive. You need to talk about your game, ask questions, answer questions, talk about everything that's going on. Maybe have a little list on paper with different topics that you can talk about, and then cross them off as you talk about them. It is not the chat's job to entertain the streamer. It's the other way around. It is, you need to look back at your streams and then listen. Just literally open your stream, a VOD, and pick like 20 minutes in the VOD that you're just going to watch, and then see how you react, see how much you talk, see the things you talk about, and then consider for yourself, one, are you entertained? And two, are you inviting people into the conversation? Are you telling people with the things you talk about and with the questions you ask, please talk to me as well. I'm trying to get people to talk. You will always have a majority of lurkers. You're absolutely right, Lightwraith. I think until you hit a even if you will always have a majority of lurkers. Always. Everybody does. The thing is, the more people you have, the larger the amount of chatters you have. So it feels more active. When you play DBD and it's an intense chase or something, in your brain, you're so focused that sometimes you can't speak or just forget it. And that is something you need to work on. That is a common problem with DBD. DBD is very intense, especially when you get into a chase, but you still need to talk because during the chase, you still think, you're still considering things, you're still, you're still playing the game, so you can still talk about the things that they do. If you miss, react. If you think they're going to run somewhere, react. If you think they're going to smash a pallet, and you're going to go, what? React to those things. Like, make noises. Let people know that you're still there. I think with DBD, especially as a killer, that is really, really hard. Really, really hard. Because one of the problems that you're dealing with as a killer is that you're constantly in the game. As a survivor, you're just sort of repairing gens most of the times, right? And that is time you can look away, look at your chat, have a chat with your viewers, and that is where you can have a better chance of talking to them. With killer, that is hard. I know there's a few killers that I know that do this pretty well. So see how other DBD creators do this. Go watch a killer creator and see how they react to their chat. Do they have the same problem? Do they have the same issue that a lot of people are just lurking? Why? See if you can learn from them, because that's also important. Hey, Wazzy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing amazing. I was gonna say cheers, but all I have is water. Watching DBD killers who try and predict what the players will do, get insane hatchets with the Huntress, that sort of stuff. And you also have to put yourself into the position of being able to talk about the game. It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter if you are the best DBD player in the world. What matters is that you're entertaining. Wyatt is saying, I haven't started streaming myself. I do eventually plan to do it as a side hobby, but even then, I'm trying to learn to talk about how I'm playing. From everything I've seen online, I could be wrong, but entertainment is key, even if you're entertaining yourself. Yeah, you should absolutely be entertaining yourself. And you know what? You know what is a great way to practice talking while you're gaming? Do it offline. When you're sitting in your room playing a game, start talking. And as you start talking, you will see more and more and more people actually interact with you. Well, not offline, but when you take that online. But as you do that offline, it becomes automatic. You start doing it online no matter what, offline no matter what. It becomes second nature. And that is something cool. I'll sometimes be playing a game. I'll be sitting here, right? I've recently gotten back in Overwatch, played a few games, and I'll be sitting here, and Frosty sits over on the other end, and I'll literally sit here and go, "Come here, you little shit! I'm gonna whack you," and then Frosty's like, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, I'm playing Overwatch. Don't worry about it." It's because I've gotten so used to talking while I'm gaming, I can't unlearn it anymore. Let me see. You can do a test run without real streaming. It's in the OBS setting that you can do that. Yeah, you can set it to bandwidth test. Yep, in your settings. There's bandwidth test. Let me just grab the settings window here. Right, you go into... Oh, can I show stream? Yes. So you go into the stream. You go down here and you go enable bandwidth test mode. You zoom in, please. You're not zooming in. Why aren't you zooming in? Anyway, that one. And once you turn that on, you're not streaming, but you're still testing your bandwidth. You literally talk about shit to yourself all the time, and you've always been this way. When it's something you're passionate about, which is a big reason why you want to get into streaming, understandable. The few chatters I have told... The few chatters you've told, you often say something like, "We see what you do, you don't need to tell us what we see." I think that was one point what scared you a little, to speak too much. No, if anybody says that to you, Chris, don't care. You should be talking. It's your bloody stream. Look, if you're a DBD killer and you're seeing somebody run for a pallet, and you're like, "Oh, so you're going for that pallet, huh? I'm gonna juke you out. I'm going on the left around a rock. See if I can catch you before you make it." And it works. That is clip-worthy moments. No. And 9 out of 10 times, people don't see what you do, because they will be watching you on a second screen while playing a game. I actually, if you want to see this, I know you've been here from YouTube as well, and you're here now on Twitch. Have a look at the stream today. Have a look at my stream. How much have I been quiet? I'm not saying you have to go that far because you're playing a game, but that should be your aim. You should get to the point where you're not quiet for more than 5 seconds, even less than that, 3 seconds at a time. Because that is the level at which silence becomes awkward. And when you have awkward silence, that's where people leave. They just go away. When you first started uploading Let's Plays last year, someone asked you if you talk to yourself when you play alone, because it seems to come naturally to you. I was like, no, I'm silent when I'm on my own. But I talk loads when someone is there, so you're just acting like you're talking to a person. That works. Absolutely works, Kitabyte. Patrick is saying, I've been told multiple times by people on your stream, they game and listen to me at the same time. That is why your reactions are so important. And you know how often, so I talk about this quite often. I have one streamer in particular who I will watch Let's Plays of so often. Because I can't catch his streams. He's Australian, so I have him on YouTube. And I watch his games. I just watch the gameplay. but I'll be doing something else on the side. And you don't want to know how often I'm happy I can rewind, because he'll suddenly go, whoa! And I look over and I see something happen. And I'm like, that's cool. And then I go back to doing what I'm doing. Right? That's how I consume that content. And that is how a lot of streamer content is being consumed by people in significant amounts. No, it's not Nutty. It's a streamer called Splitsy, who plays a lot of Space Engineers, which is my all-time favorite game. And he also plays a lot of Stationeers and other building games. All your chat are either at work or looking after kids. No one is 100% paying attention to stream. No, because that's not... Like, I feel like that is not the intent. Like, for some people it is. But for me, it is not the intended way to consume a stream. It's the reason, by the way, if anybody is wondering, why we don't have any sound effect redeems. It's because I want to give people a really good opportunity to sit, do stuff, listen, passively learn, passively follow the conversation, and still not get disturbed. Your chat is PG, so people can watch at work. I think my chat is, I would say PG-13. Everything is pretty okay, but I can drop an F-bomb once a stream. That's the rule, right? Which one is better, single or two monitors for streaming? Two. One for your OBS, one for the game. Lovely. Also your chat to be able to see it. You do so much stream video watching on a second monitor while gaming or doing other stuff. For me, it has become less and less while working and more while gaming. Or one ultra wide. Yeah, okay. But one ultra wide is worth two regular ones. So that's okay. I still do not recommend the ultra wide as the base choice for streaming. It always makes your canvas look weird. Sometimes when you don't know what to talk about, especially in loading screen or when you walk over the map in search of survivors, you even sing some stupid self-made lyrics to songs. Your last stream, you sung about the Trapper Killer and how you can't be good with him. Yeah, that works. Editing on it was so good. Oh, because you have a yay-sized timeline. Yeah, no, that's nice. That is fantastic. Yeah, the long boy timeline, exactly. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's nice. What if you don't have two monitors? Is there like an overlay or plugin to make it easier? Yes, there are absolutely plugins that you can use that overlay chat onto your game, but it can't be seen. And there's also your phone. Just put chat on your phone. It helps. And then you can get those little mounts that you could put onto your screen, so you could put the phone right next to your screen. That can really work as well. You love your ultra wide so much till you decided to stream again. It works, but yeah, next monitor will be 69. When I bought this computer, I almost bought an ultra wide. And then I saw somebody streaming in ultra wide, and I was like, you know what? Those giant black bars, I do not need to see them. Never mind. Yeah, exactly. There are just, like, don't get me wrong. If I could make my dream PC, I would have two ultra wides, so I have 180 vision, which would be great. But I think that regular screens, like normal 1080, not 1080p, but like 16:9 screens are the best for streaming. Let me see. You've done both letterboxed and cropped. Settled on cropped at the moment, and yeah, it just makes you stand out in a negative way. Yeah, the letterbox makes you look like a Hollywood movie, which I don't particularly like. Slowly build out the Las Vegas sphere from ultra wides, except the screens are on the inside. I think that is just easier with VR glasses. I'm gonna be honest. Pop them on. You can look around. You don't need all the ultra wides. Ultra wide is good for sim trucking. Man, I haven't played European truck sim in ages. Such a relaxing game as well. Frickin' hell. You had to upgrade to a 4K monitor so you could actually judge Switch 2 stuff accurately. Okay, two things. One, oh no, you had to upgrade to a good monitor. Oops. But honestly, no, I get it. I have a 1440p. You genuinely miss your ultra wide? Can't you get an ultra wide 6K or 4K equivalent? Does that just not exist yet? I think a way I'm learning to speak when nothing's happening. A friend invited me to a video recording. It isn't set up yet, but he paused the recording while he left, and I just started spouting a story about an experience you had that week. The laughter that came out both of us when he told me he paused the recording was the best. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Wait, gaming screen simulator glasses? What is this? I need to know. What are the chances for a streamer who's just starting out to get rated and make a following off of that? 0. You will get followers, but you won't actually get people. They won't be coming back the next time. At least not all of them, and that's what you want. You want to build your own audience. New desk, new mic, finally some good lights for your cam. You're curious how much better your stream will get with this upgrade? They will look better. They won't be better because, you know, it's all about skill. I genuinely believe that you could have the biggest stream in the world with a Logitech C920 webcam and a terrible microphone. Queso. You don't need any big gear. I have big gear because I like big gear. That's different. Just revealed at CES. Ooh, interesting. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. I don't know. I feel like when a monitor costs more than mortgage, I am out. Fair, Iona. I like big gear and I cannot lie. I mean, yes, I say this, but I do have a 120 centimeter light dome right over there. Literally just 120 centimeter diameter light dome over there. 50 by 80 over there, and another 30 by... I have big light domes. The X-Real R1 AR by Asus ROG. I'm not surprised that it is Asus or Asus. I can advise you, do not buy an Acer that only uses CPU. It won't work that well with StreamRobot and OBS open and then your game. An Acer what? Screen? No PC? Oh no, build your own. Who doesn't like adult Lego? Iona, average, you're saying you average 400 viewers. You live with your partner who also streams. He's lucky if 20 people from my chat come over. Yeah. and I know many people like that. So I know 2 people who play pretty much the same games. One person has average 500-600 viewers. The other average is 30. They play the exact same game. They raid each other. They help each other build up. But it just doesn't work. It does not work. The only way that it works is if you're already like well into the community and people like you and they want to come back because they want to support you. And even then, they'll only be there if that other streamer isn't live. It's rough. You need to build your own audience. You're upgrading to an ultra wide with a cheap webcam. You get the warnings of ultra wide, but I'm getting into art and writing more often recently, so the longer screen would help with the area covered. Yeah, I mean that's up to you, right? I'm definitely sticking. I rather stick 4 screens into my computer than going for an ultra wide. Hey, Captain Chris, you're saying, just reading here. Train to talk as much as you can. Very good. That's what you want. When you're playing Survivor, you get 1 to 3 friends to play with me. Then talk with them in a group. That's always a good idea. Just don't make that your main content. You are building your career. Don't make it that they're actually not binding with you. Make it so so you get a chance to talk to them one-on-one as well. Bold to assume anyone's going to be able to afford to build a PC anymore. Actually, Lightwraith, I've been thinking about this, right? I've been thinking about this. Look, we need to be honest here. The reason most streamers use NVIDIA is because NVIDIA GPUs are high quality and have good encoders. Hardware encoding, decoding is massive for streamers. But with the price of the 5090 now going from $2,000 to $5,000, I'm wondering if there is a better option. Your 5090 is one of your best. Yeah, it just gained 250% value. Adobe works best with NVIDIA too. I don't use Adobe, so that's fine by me. I am absolutely fine. Yeah, stonks, exactly. I'm absolutely fine with that. But I think there is a solution here. Hey, Adam, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm happy that my videos are helping you. That's very kind of you to say. That's fantastic. Thank you very, very much. Hope you are enjoying the streaming journey. How could using more niche phrases and stuff make you stand out from the rest? I mean, I don't know what niche phrases you mean, but I don't think that makes you stand out. It's your content that's important, Aruma. But I think I have a solution. I think I have a solution. And I'm actually keen to test this. I am very keen to test this. I want to get an AMD because AMD has high quality graphics for my gaming, right? The problem is AMD, even in the newest generation, the AMD encoders are not great. Their hardware encoders are below par. But there is a solution. What if you get a high-end AMD and you pair that with an Intel Arc? Because the Intel Arc has the best encoders and decoders currently available on the market for H.264, H.265, and AV1. So you run your whole PC on an AMD graphics card, except for OBS, which runs through an Intel Arc. The Intel Arcs only use a PCIe 8 lane, not a 16 lane, so you can combine this. And I would love this. I really want to test this. When I'm going to make a new video about StreamerBot, please do it in dark mode. I will. StreamerBot didn't have dark mode until like 2 months ago. But I absolutely will. Iruma, I was saying, I don't know what you mean by niche phrases and stuff. Like, it's the content in the end that matters. That's the important bit. What are my thoughts on the integrated YouTube vertical stream option that YouTube has in beta right now? Terrible. Terrible because it just cuts out the center of your screen, right? It takes the center of your screen and that's it. Once they make it so that I can send a second canvas, which is me plus the screen, then I'm happy. Is StreamerBot currently the best bot on the market? In my opinion, yes. Let me see. Armelli, thank you so much for the follow. You absolute legend. Thank you very, very much. When you switch scenes from starting stream to game capture, is there a transition already in place, or do you have it set? Do you have to set it up? So there is the cut transition, but you can set up your own transitions, and it's super easy to do. I can't show you right now, but yes. But okay, I have to ask, right? Ollie, you're saying a lot of podcasters do this. What sort of phrases are we talking about? Because I don't know. I don't understand. I want to understand this. Like expressions as branding like expressions. Like there's a YouTuber that I watch that starts every video with howdy howdy. Do you mean like those kinds of expressions, or do you mean leaning into a particular subculture's phrasing? Because that's two different things there. Sort of the same idea as having a dedicated PhysX card. Oh, I remember that. Yes. Yeah, exactly, Light Wraith. There are actually encoding and decoding cards on the market specifically as well. It's just Intel seems the one that's easiest available. Got an email about it today. She just wanted to, some input from someone. Yeah, so if the problem is at the moment, Adam, with the vertical stuff is, yeah, you just get the center of the screen. So I also have a vertical setup where you can sort of, you can see my face, right? My camera is in there. And then underneath, down here, I have the screen, which I use for capturing shorts from time to time, which I really should set up much better. But that is something which I would love to do on YouTube. So I can send these two different things on one stream instead of having to send them on two streams. Let me see. Got an email about. I read that one. People have catchphrases and expressions that are very identifiably them. So my fave podcast has this funny way of saying "not interested" with discuss when he didn't like something. Okay, so yeah, you're talking about phrasing as a form of branding. You can do that. That's fine. It's not going to make or break your content, but if it happens and you get a good reaction, try it again in a next stream, for example. And see if that resonates again. See if it becomes a channel meme. That's how I would say it. How I would do it. I noticed this for a long time. Twitch and also Kick is spending more on IRL streamers than on music and other content like you do. No, I don't think so. Twitch is not spending more or less on anything. The viewers might watch IRL streamers more, but that is because there's a massive shift in culture in which people are looking for other people that feel like that enjoy the same things to hang out with. And I think that this is something that we're going to see continue. I really think this is something we're going to see continue. It could absolutely make you stand out from others and make you more authentic. If you're building in catchphrases to build them in, I'm using catchphrases as an example now, but niche language to attract a bigger audience, that is less authentically you. If they are your own catchphrases, if you use them every day already, then you don't need to implement them. They're already there. The only things, there's 3 things which you as a streamer should focus on making catchphrasey. Not catchphrasey, but like teaching yourself. And the first thing is the start of your stream. I used to, not as much anymore lately, but I used to start my stream the same way every single stream. And that simply was one sentence. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Content Delta stream. Like, that was boom. That was the first thing. And at the end of the stream, I would always say the same thing as well. So that's the last sentence, which was, thank you all for being here. You've been amazing. Sorry. Thank you all for being here. You're all legends. And I will see you next time. It's time for me to be signing off. And that's the second one. And the third one is your raid welcome. Your raid welcome, when somebody raids you and new people join your stream, you need to have an elevator pitch. Hi, my name is Barry Epps. I run the Content Delta channel on YouTube and Twitch. Sorry, on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Sorry, I got thrown off there. Hi, my name is Barry Epps. I run the Content Delta channel on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, where I try to help you grow your stream the right way. Currently, we're talking about boom. But what was your favorite moment of that streamer? I say that the same way every single time, because I can then do my elevator pitch 2 seconds or 3 sentences in 15 seconds, and everybody now know what I'm talking about, who I am. That starting phrase from you sounded like straight from a boxing commentary or wrestling speaker, but that's the thing. There are these few things where by doing things the same way again and again with openings, closings, and then also welcoming people into a raid, you can get a much higher efficiency. That I am absolutely fine with, right? Absolutely. However, to build your whole personality in a different way just to attract different people, I don't think that is a great idea. Look, what you can do in YouTube videos is very simple. You can pretend to be somebody else for 20 minutes, right? You can pretend to be something. But the problem is, as a streamer, you're not here for 20 minutes. It's not edited. It's not pre-recorded. You are there live. You have to be yourself or you will slip up at some point. You just will. And once people feel like you are not authentic anymore, it is practically impossible to win back that goodwill in any way, shape, or form. It is really, really difficult. So be authentically yourself. Just enhance that which you are good at, and that which you are bad at to become the best version of yourself. Because, of course, you are still making a show. You are still presenting. Hey, Katrina's Waves, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the follow. You now start the stream by introducing what I'm trying to accomplish that stream. Great idea. I do that as well, but because of the community that we have built here, I usually start with, I welcome everybody, then I talk to a few people, I say hi to the people that have joined me early, and then I go, okay, this is what we're doing today. This is the plan. And then we sort of get into it. 9 out of 10 times I make a plan, and people are already asking me questions, and I don't even get to the plan. But I do my best to. You're doing well. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. But yeah, that is how I would do it. And especially if you're a gaming streamer, once you get into the game, you can really get into your plan, right? So keep that in mind. Absolutely. Let me see. And I think, I know a lot of people will be against this. And I know this is a bit of a controversial take, but that's okay. I think every single stream should start with 6 minutes of a starting soon screen. 5 to 6 minutes, really. For a very specific reason. One, after 1 minute, you can run ads. So it's 1 minute plus 3 minutes of ads plus 1 to 2 minute buffer, because Twitch sometimes just doesn't send the ads even if you ask for them. That's to get rid of that initial ads so you get an hour of content that your community can enjoy. Then the second reason is you start the show. Look, you have 6 minutes in which people will come in. And in those 6 minutes, people will just sort of wait for you to start. But once you hit that 6 minute mark, once the ads are over, you can do that one-liner. You can do this fancy transition if you want to. And that is the start of your stream. That is the start of your show. And the show is a common start. Everybody starts at the same time. That's something I really like doing as well. The third reason, by the way, and I think this one is important, is if you don't have a starting soon screen, you start your stream and then you sit there like, am I streaming? Am I? Am I live yet? I'm not sure if I'm live yet. I don't see anything in the chat. Wait, let me check my own stream. Oh, I'm live. Oh, hi everybody. It just feels really awkward for the viewer. So that is why I recommend starting with a 5 to 6 minute starting soon screen for everyone. Everyone. I think if you go any longer, you're going to lose people. If you go any shorter, you can't run your ads. You just upgraded your cam to a Meet 2. Didn't really have a just chatting start to your streams because of bad cam. Might add that in now when your cam is better. I would. Because the moment you start building that audience, right? The moment you do this sort of interactivity that you have with your community, people are going to tune in early because that is where you do a just chatting section. You see that here as well. You guys may have seen that I have redeems on Twitch, and one of those redemptions is the daily check-in. And every stream just starts, I start off, and then there's just daily check-in, daily check-in, daily check-in, daily check-in. People come in to do the daily check-in early because everybody who does a daily check-in right at the start gets a shouted out call. Avoids the millennial pause where you click start, record, and then pause before speaking. I did not know that that was called the millennial pause. Is that just us that do that? And yes, I'm a millennial. Are we also the only people when we join a Zoom call that go, can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can, before you start the actual conversation? Or is that still everybody? I'm just checking here. Because I definitely do that every single meeting. Even if I have 2 meetings right after each other. And Patrick coming in with the check-in as well. You saw a video where a Gen Z intern edited a marketing video for the buzz. It was just all his pauses. Yes. And you just see them go because he's trying to breathe. You do that too. We don't fully trust our technology. We do not. You once heard a gaming buddy say that bad audio is like bad hygiene. And it stuck with me so hard. Yeah, but no, you know what? Bad hygiene repels people as well. I agree. Hey, the Foodle! How you doing? We grew up in the era where you had to blow in the cartridge to make it work. It's true. It's true. It was even worse with the PlayStation, though. Do you remember with the PlayStation that if you would like walk up to the PlayStation, you put your disc in, you'd close the PlayStation, you turn it on, and the PlayStation would show the PlayStation logo. And you're like, yes. You sit down, and then it just went to that blue blackish screen oozing back and forward. And you're like, shit, the disc is dirty. You walk over, turn off the PlayStation, open the PlayStation, brush it, put it back in, close it, turn it on, see the thing again, right? See the logo, sit down again, and it does it again. I hated that part. Toothpaste fixing the scratches. Oh, yeah, that as well. It's easier to forgive bad visual than audio for sure. Actually, there's a general rule of thumb. 80% of your stream is audio. If you can get your audio good, people will forgive you streaming in 144p as long as your audio is good. Every technology is just as good as the creators of it. And the creator are we... The creator are we humans. And we are far from perfect. So the technology isn't perfect either. So I don't trust it. To be fair, that's a good reason. That's good reasoning right there. Although I will say, technology is more flawed than the creator. 9 out of 10 times. You still blowing your cartridges if I'm playing them? Oh. Speaking of cartridges, for my birthday, my mother got me an incredibly good gift. She got me a near mint condition Pikachu Game Boy Color with games. And I will never, ever get rid of that. It looks... I've packed it now, but it looks incredible. Like, it's completely okay. And the only things that are not original are the games because the batteries had to be replaced. But for the rest, everything's original. Oh, that's so going to into a display case in the new house. You don't want to know. To do only trivia on stream with StreamerBot and OBS open. AMD Ryzen 5 8400F, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 1 terabyte of SSD, 5068 gigabytes. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. I will say, I used to have an Atomic Purple Game Boy Color. Don't know where that one is, but I'm very happy with this one. You should be fine. The 16 gigs of RAM might become a bit of a problem. You had the lime green. I think that may be my second favorite color. The transparent purple, the Atomic Purple Game Boy. Oh, yeah. That was it. And you know what the best thing was? You know what the best thing was? You didn't have to drop a gray brick on your face anymore. The original Game Boy was heavy. Heavy. The color, much less. €200 more for 32 gigs of RAM. I'd ask in the Discord, but I think that's worth it, was he? Your GBA, Game Boy Advance SP is the one you had as a kid. Did you have the silver one, the red one, the blue one, the black one? It would just be like, yeah, that's the foldy one, right? The SP. Yeah, I had the brick. Then I went to the color. From the color, I went to the DS. I never had an Advance or SP. Then I went to the DS, DSi, Switch. Because PC gamer by heart, I didn't have many handhelds. Original Game Boy's heavy. You had one that fell out of your hands right into your face and broke your nose. Oh, shit. That's it. Okay, it wasn't that bad. I did have a bruise right here under my eye for a while. But that is terrible. No, I'm okay. And yeah, I think 32 gigs of RAM is going to be worth it. I think if you run Windows 11, 16 gigs is already recommended. Plus the game, plus OBS, I think it would be good. Not a problem, Adam. Thank you so much for being here. You're an absolute legend. Hope to see you Tuesday when I'll be live again. You never touched a PlayStation until you were in your 20s. So, I used to be a Nintendo person. I had a Super Nintendo, went to the N64. I still remember the Donkey Kong rap. I then went from the N64 to the Xbox. Because my mum bought me an Xbox with like 160 games on it. Let me see. You want to upgrade to 64 or at least buy 2 more 16s? Oh, Sherry, do watch out. DDR5 is bad at handling 4 RAM sticks. So either you're going to need to upgrade to 2 32s or you need to upgrading to 2 32s is the best option. 4 16s give stability issues. I have to underclock my RAM because I have 4 sticks. So just be aware of that. Maybe a dumb question, but what kind of requirements are needed to stream to both Twitch and YouTube? So in general, if you're streaming with one feed, So you're just streaming horizontal, not horizontal and vertical, just horizontal. The only extra requirement, except for a few percentages of power in your GPU, is that you have a double as much internet, right? You're streaming to two platforms at once, but what you're streaming is the same. So it encodes it once and then sends it both ways. So really, it's your internet requirements. So it depends on the bitrate that you set. If you have, I think it's 15 megabit download, you should be able to stream both of them in 6,000. If you have 20 megabit download, 25? Or sorry, upload. Yeah, not download, upload. You need 15 megabit upload to stream both in 6,000 and 24 megabit upload to stream both in 8,000. The reason for that, or is it 20? It's something like that. The reason for that is because you need about you need about 20%, 25% more. You're debating trying YouTube and Twitch next week, but I think I'm gonna try doing it separately so you can bump up YouTube's quality. What do you use to multi-stream, Iona? Because you don't need to do that if you have them both in the same OBS right now. Yeah, but what I mean is, if you use A to multi-stream, right, then you can go into the settings, and you can go to your main canvas, output settings. No, not that one. Advanced settings? Yeah, advanced settings, and you can set the encoder. And then you can have two separate encoders to YouTube and Twitch. So you also get twice, or you get to choose how many bitrate, what the bit rates are for each. And it's slightly cheaper load-wise for your PC than running two OBSs and running it twice. Because you're still only having one OBS, you're just encoding it twice. And that is where the next question then comes in, because then you're encoding it twice. You can then, I think, not record it unless you're using the same recording encoder as your stream encoder, because I don't know if they've updated this, but the Game Ready driver for NVIDIA only allows 2 encoding sessions. I think the Studio driver allows 4. But then your games are going to be a little less performant. That's up to you. I think that's the main difference here. Been like 2 years since you last tried multi-streaming? Give it a try. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You have one slightly less good stream, right? Oh, right, you have console games. Yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, that's fine then. You have a 5090? Yeah, but NVIDIA hard caps you to 2 NVENC sessions on the Game Ready driver, as far as I recall. While the Studio driver gives you 4 sessions, which means you can encode 4 times. It is a hard cap limitation of the GPU drivers. It's not necessarily that your PC can't handle it. Studio drivers and games have an iffy record. Correct. Specifically ray tracing in games and studio drivers have an iffy record. I will say that it is probably not as bad as people may count. I've been running, I'm just checking. Yeah, I've been running studio drivers for absolute ages. And it seems to work fine on most games, with occasional crashes here and there on certain games. So that is in the end up to you. But for console games, it doesn't matter because it all gets rendered on the console anyway. Right? It doesn't get rendered on your PC. Your PC just acts as a screen. So, but that's up to you. You know what, guys? I know it's a little bit early. It's 9 o'clock, but I am crashing. I've had a really, really busy and tough week. So what I'm going to do is we're going to say goodbye over on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being here. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Over on the Twitch side, we are going to be raiding out. So I would love it if you guys stuck around.